Hello, everybody. Hi, and welcome. I'm feeling like extra hype, and I don't know why. Well, I guess there's a few reasons why, but not really. I'm starting to do that thing again where I just like manifest stuff. Now, typically it's food, and maybe it's because we're starting with my first house, and my first house is Taurus. Because yesterday I just like woke up with a specific food in mind. I was like, I kind of want this. And then I never said anything. But later in the day, my mom was like, hey, like, you want some of this? I was like, yes. What is this? I do. Um, Also, dreams have been really interesting for me lately. I feel like there's a lot of stuff sort of going down. I'm going to turn these all up right before I get into this. And I know I literally just put reversals in here or made sure that they were in here like last time I used these, but I'm filling it all up right today. I'm using these cards because these are the ones that I use for Saturn retrograde, and now that Saturn is direct, I just want to know, like, you know, if we got some stuff coming. Ooh, okay. So the Empress, the Nine of Cups, and the Ten of Cups were all together, and they're all upright, and the Four of Pentacles is right there. Also, like in my own personal life, I'm just like getting more and more excited by the day to just like begin. Like I'm ready to have a job that I like pour into it, something that matters. Okay. I guess also the other day I was reading a blog post entry on a website and it was talking about fairies and something. And the moment after I read the part, that's a lot of swords. In the Page of Swords in reverse. But the Queen of Cups is right there, upright, with the Lovers in reverse, and the Four of Cups in reverse. Followed by the Seven of Cups. So, and as soon as I got to the part about the fairies, something fell out of my closet. And I was just talking the other day about how I had some art books somewhere. And the thing that fell out of my closet was a bin full of like my old art books and some other notebooks I had from like probably middle school. My favorite book was in there. I was like, oh snap! But I do need to put it back up there. And I was gonna like go through some of it, but then I was like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. And also like, I don't know. I had a dream last night that was interesting. I was talking to somebody. Judgment and the sun are together, which is interesting because it's 19 and 20, like right next to each other. Or somebody was trying to talk to me, and I wasn't a fan of the direction of the conversation, so I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna leave. And then, like, we were in a classroom setting, and the teacher tried to say something to me, and I wasn't having it. I was like, you know what? I'm not even in this class. Like, like I'm pretty sure I already passed this class. I don't need to be here, and y'all ain't holding me in this class. And then I left. And then later in the dream, I saw Cardi B in like a different class, and it was interesting, but it was like super motivational because it was about like basically like following your dreams and making something out of yourself and stuff like that. I don't know, it was interesting. And then I had another dream because I've been waking up a lot in the middle of the night lately. I feel like there's always like what, a week or 2 weeks where I can get some decent sleep, and then I'll be on this other like just staying up later. It was a few nights ago. I stayed up really late. And I was eating later. And I was just going with it. But I guess October starts in a few days. And I wasn't productive at all today. I don't even know where my day went. But it's definitely time to get serious. Ooh, these are shuffling so well. Let's see, what else? But yeah. And I noticed that the setting in this dream, at first I didn't realize it or recognize it, but I've actually had a dream in this space before. The sun almost flipped over. I've had a dream in this space before, and it's a school, but it's a very boarding schooly type place. Like it looks really, really, really nice, and it's like super fancy. And last time I was there, I was leaving, and I don't even know if I go to this school or if my brother goes to this school. Because I think last time it's like I went to go pick him up, and we left. This time I just happened to be in the area, and then I was like, oh, I'm gonna go looking for my brother. This is the brother that I usually protect in dreams, not the other one. And I didn't end up finding him yesterday, but some weird stuff was going down at this school, and I was like, I'm out of here. And then it was a little bit more difficult to leave than I thought it would be. And it's also interesting because, like, I feel like the better, quote unquote, I get in dreams, like, the more interesting everything is. I'm just like, oh my gosh. But it's like there are so many things in the dream space now that are so effortless and easy, and that I can just like do without all of the effort and thought that it required just a few months ago. So I don't know what's happening. Justice at the bottom. Let's give these a few shuffles. I'm going to do 3 piles. We're going to see, ooh, woman holding a heart. Kind of what Saturn has to offer. I know that I'm about to turn my little battery on. Storm warning and victory. And just really start getting down to work on multiple fronts. The world and storm warning. How am I going to do this? What I want to start with? I want to start with these. Indecision in the world. And then last one. We'll just do it there. Broken heart and indecision. Oof, that's rough energy for whoever that applies for. Okay. I want to do 3. And I'm not going to timestamp these because I don't feel like it. And I want these to be face down. Indecision, so face down cards. Woman holding a heart. The temple path. Yin yang. The temple path. Walking away. What was that, attachment? Ooh, broken heart almost came out. Oh, 3. Nice. Bottom of the deck is action. I've just seen this card lately in a video I saw. And what I like about action is, I mean, it's action. It's a 17. 7 is the chariot. 10 is the wheel of fortune. 17 is the star. So these are things that we put into motion. It's like we do our part to get aligned with that chariot energy. That turns the wheel of fortune in our favor because we're a more active participant in ultimately getting our dreams, the 17 star. That is a result of that healing or dreams associated with healing, right? Because a lot of times when we wish on stars, we're wishing for things that we don't have and that we probably don't have the capability or capacity to get ourselves. And so it requires something of us to get those wishes granted. And I love in this deck, it is like that chariot energy because we see the light horse and the dark horse, but there's nothing binding these 2 horses together. Right? There's no charioteer. There's no one spurring them into action. They're just like going for it. Now the light horse is like, it looks like the dark horse is kind of sort of taking it easy. He's taking the tortoise approach, and the light horse is taking the hare approach, but it works for both of them. So, and I also love that because this is all about Saturn direct. Oh, there's the 5 of Wands. How do I want to do this? With death at the bottom, I know how I want to do this. So, with Saturn direct and action, I just feel like it's about that time, right? I mean, why else would everything be happening? Who did? I went to Taco Bell today trying to win an Xbox, and I didn't win. It was sad. But, you know. Oh, snap. Oh, well, that makes sense. Okay. Well, I just looked at the bottom of the deck. Okay. All right. Let me get into this. And it reminds me of, I remember, I think it was in the first video. It was the Who Knows Live video when I was talking about retrogrades. And it felt like there were like these wanted posters basically up. And like your face was on the board. And it was like then the planets get to sort of walk around and decide, you know, okay, sure, we'll take that there. Who's gonna take a hit out on which person? And it's like the more hits you get, it's like that Quibi ad. I think it's not Chris, the other Hemsworth. Is it Liam? It might have been Liam Hemsworth. And he's like, so here's this game that we want to play, right? And it's like for every minute that you stay alive, the bounty on your head goes up. Now, if you can make it 24 hours, then you win the money. And whoever takes you out, they get the money. And there's just this feeling of like, oh, goodness. We'll take temperance here, and then I guess this card wanted to be over here, so we'll keep this over here. We'll do it this way. Boom. I like that. And so it's like the more you have after you, the more you have to gain in the end. Or something. We'll see. Okay. I said I wasn't going to timestamp these, but I think I will. Bottom of the deck is the Five of Wands that came out. So we have the Five of Wands and we have action, which is interesting. Five of Wands is Leo energy. 17, if 17 is the star, that's Aquarian. And Aquarius and Leo naturally oppose. So there is something about how it's like selfishness isn't necessarily going to fly anymore. So if there are things that we're only trying to do for ourselves with no greater impact, it's not that it's not going to work, but it just feels like there are certain things that are supported energetically right now. Those things being like healing, things that benefit the collective, things that align with your highest calling, and things that sort of resonate true as to who you actually are. Stuff like that, right? I'm actually going to take a picture of this real quick. Oh no, it's a shadow. It's a shadow. And I need a new phone case. And also things that it's just like the more sort of integrated side of things, and less of the isolated side of things are supported right now. So let's go to where am I going? My notes. Where are the notes? Right here. And then like I got this weird ringing in my ear earlier that like it started in one ear and then it like went into my brain, and then it was like it started in one ear and it carried over to the other ear, but then it was like for a moment it was like entering one ear ringing, exiting the other ear ringing, and then there was a moment of like feedback where it's like it bounced off of my other ear and went back to that same ear. And it lasted for like minutes. And I'm just like, what is this? What is happening? And it like honestly lasted for a while. I'm like, I don't know what this is about. Okay. We're gonna start with pile 2 first, because that's what I feel like doing. 14:49. So Saturn direct today, 25th degree of Capricorn. And we're gonna start with pile 2. It's not really a pile, but it is what it is. And I actually want to start with. I want to start in the middle. I just want to start in the middle today. So we have the Three of Wands, which I love. The Three of Wands is a space of desire, and it's a space of something or someone else fulfilling our desire, right? It could be manifesting, waiting for your ships to come in. And I think the key with the Three of Wands is that it comes after the two, right? So at the Three of Wands, that should be the space where we've already done everything that we need to do, right? Because there's the us part, and then there's the environment part. There's the you part, and then the spirit part. There's the you part, and then the friend part, the coworker part, the whatever. Um, and so I feel like that's something that we don't necessarily. I mean, it's kind of sort of implicitly, or it's kind of sort of implied if we're at the Three of Wands that we've already been to the Two of Wands, right? That we've already put in what it is that we need to put into the situation. Now, at the bottom was the Four of Wands. So the three into the four. Now, if this is the two, that'd be real wild. And this is like the only deck I don't like the Four of Wands in because it's suckers. And it's like four suckers. They're not even lined up. Like, it don't even make sense. But this is Seven Wands overall. And the Seven of Wands is a space of advantage, right? The Five of Wands is the battle that we have to win to claim victory and recognition at the six. Now at the seven, it could be the case that like once you get that recognition, now you're a target on a lot of people's radar, right? Everybody wants to beat the champion. Everybody wants to be the new reigning. Everybody wants to be the greatest. And so sometimes they go right to the top of the chain or top-ish part of the chain. But the thing with the Seven of Wands is that it can also be battles that we don't even have to fight because I've seen it depicted in so many ways where it looks like we have to exert more effort just to combat the things than we would to just like mind our business and live our lives. Because it's usually a person with the higher ground using their staff to sort of swat at or stand against people who are lower ground. I don't want to say beneath them. But there is something to be gained here. And where we're starting with this is the seven of swords. Ooh. Seven swords, seven wands. That's a very masculine seven energy. Sevens are sort of spiritual numbers. Sevens are kind of sort of numbers of journeys and understanding. And it's typically an increase in understanding, right? Because there's the four, which is the first true stability, six, which is harmony, and then there's the seven that comes in after the harmony, right? Which then leads to the eight and the nine being the completion. So it's almost like there are things that we wouldn't even understand before we get to the six to worry about them or for them to be an issue at the seven. It's like if you're on a road trip from A to B to C and there's an accident, a detour, construction between B and C, like that doesn't even matter until you've reached B and you're heading to C. If you're still trying to get to A, the things in the later part of the trip like don't even matter. They're not even on your radar necessarily, right? But this Seven of Swords is interesting because it has an energy of indecision. Because we have the two swords outside of the five. Now, the Five of Swords could be something combative, right? And we see it escalating. But then there's this space of like just letting things happen. Or not just letting things happen. This is an escape. This is jailbreak energy. Because we have the Seven of Swords here, which is the rise in conflict and this indecision. It's like feeling stuck. So it isn't necessarily it feels more like a lack of opportunity more so than like opportunities being taken from us. But in the space of this lack of opportunity, it's cause for us to wish for things and to want things with this Three of Wands, that is the Four of Wands, and I think the sucker is that we've completely skipped the two. And that's why this Temperance is down here. And Temperance, it's represented by scales in this deck, so there's this inherent energy of justice. But we only get out of the situation what we put into the situation. And if we don't put anything into the situation besides hope, then we're not going to get anything out of it. Right? It's almost like, because Saturn is the great teacher, or one of the great teachers. And so it's almost like it was hoping that we would learn something in the situation and that we would begin to put it into practice. But if all we do is wait, then it's never going to come in. Because personally, I just get the feeling that like the time of things just happening is kind of sort of over, low key. And then we're sitting with envy. Ooh. Envy is number 20, which is judgment. Yeah, this is that jailbreak energy. See, but what's gonna happen is like, see, that's why I don't like the Four of Wands in this deck, because I feel like 9 times out of 10 when I see it, it's like somebody's a sucker, somebody's getting played. But in this, we're playing ourselves because we're just sitting somewhere, not doing anything. Again, this space of indecision, a space of inaction, and while we're inactive, things just keep escalating and escalating, almost in hopes that we would begin to do something. And then with this Three of Wands into the Four of Wands, it turns into a very covetous energy. Because like I said, it feels like the Seven of Swords is more of a lack of opportunity than it is someone else taking opportunities from us. But in that space, with no one really to blame, maybe, it does lead us to envy what other people get. And it's like, well, why is this person getting that and I'm not getting anything? Like, is my faith not strong enough? Is my belief not enough? Like, don't I deserve this? And like in reality, all of our paths are so different that like what you need to do on your path to get, it's like the things that you need to acquire to be, to have an actual presence when you get into your next phase are going to be different than the things that other people need to acquire to have a presence in their next phase. And so you can't really look at what someone else has or look at what someone else is doing even necessarily as an accurate depiction of like what you could have or what you should be doing. And it seems like 9 times out of 10 when we envy somebody, we don't envy the work that they do. We only look at the stuff on the outside. And if all you're doing, and like it was on this channel, we saw the Hangman and the Rider, and then it went into the King of Pentacles energy, maybe King of Cups energy. Yeah, King of Cups, King of Pentacles energy. And I was like, for the Rider to have this as their next destination, they probably already mastered fire and air. Here we see the fire and air masculine, the masculine energy that, for all that it doesn't really do anything. A lot of what masculine energy does is empty. And then masculine energy will use that fire and that hot air to inflate its own ego to make itself seem really great on the outside, but it's just a ball of hot gas, right? And then if you have all that hot gas swirling around and you put in a little bit of fire, the whole thing will explode. And it's like, ooh, look at me. And it's like, okay, but like, anyway. I feel like I should have a third deck to put on top. I want another Oracle deck. No, I'll just leave it like this. So yeah, I don't know. This is very interesting. I don't feel like I feel like this is an energy that's like, oh, you know, I'll just wait until things get better. I'll just wait until things get better. Well, right now the South Node is in Sagittarius, so you know, just waiting for things and just hoping for things and just wishing for things, just philosophizing about things and coming up with these theories and trying to understand how things work, that's fine. But North Node and Gemini, that's about the actual experimentation. That's about action and it's about decision. And there's no action here. The Seven of Swords is more a card of loss than anything. And if you're being Seven of Swords, then it's kind of sort of a card of negligence. Not necessarily, but there's a negligent energy, there's an unobservant energy, there's an energy of being taken from. And then here's an energy of waiting and wishing. And then between these two, we're expecting to reach some sort of celebration, finish line, minor milestone, or achievement. Like, but where's the action here? It's all there. It's all in envy. And envy, like envy don't pay bills, right? You can't pay somebody else in envy. I don't know. I mean, I don't really have anything to say to envious energy because I don't know. It's like sometimes we focus so much on what other people are doing that if we put a fraction of that energy into actually furthering ourselves, like we would have enough going on in our own lives that we don't really have to do that. But sometimes is that a pyramid? I don't think so, but it might be. I don't know what that is. It might be a pyramid. Maybe it is. I've had the Witch's Tarot for almost a year now. Well, in a few months it'll be a year. And it wasn't until I was watching somebody else use it that I saw the angel in the back of the Lover's card. And for some reason, it just reminded me of that. But it also, this person is holding something up. Maybe. It also reminds me of like there are certain places where shadows cannot exist as shadows. So I don't know, maybe do some more shadow work or do some like actual shadow work where you like heal things and resolve things and where you can shift and navigate and move things. Like that's like temperance isn't just about waiting, it's about alchemy, it's about transmutation, it's about balancing and rebalancing, it's about proportions, right? If you have too much garlic in something, it's going to taste really garlicky and it's going to drown out all of the other flavors. Now, sometimes that's fine depending on the dish, right? But it's like there are some things that less is more of. And there's way too much and not enough of something that actually does something here. For every sword, there's a lollipop. And there's more suckers than there are hearts here. It also just feels kind of immature because of the four suckers, like pacifier type energy. So if you're trying to pacify yourself, waiting for something to just happen, you might be waiting for a minute. I mean, Saturn is direct now, so I don't know. Just all the best. I remember, I remember when on this channel things were like so positive, and on the other channel things were a little heavier. But it's like it's switched now. It's flipped now. Oh well. If it don't resonate, it don't resonate. We'll go 3 next. 28:59. Now I could have did 29 minutes, but I had already said 28, so we ain't doing all that. And I actually want to start at the bottom this time. 2 of Swords. 2 of Swords, 2 of Pentacles. So this is a little bit... The subconscious influence here is indecision. It's a crossroads. But depending on these other 2 cards, this might not necessarily be bad because we're not supposed to know everything. And there are actually some spaces where we are supposed to go in a little blind. And we've had the opportunity, as there always is an opportunity, to trust more in these spaces where things are so unknown and unknowable. Right? To lean out into our own understanding and to be guided. Now with the 2 of Pentacles here, What I do like is there's only one hand, so there's not necessarily any juggling. But both of these are up in the air. So we have to decide which one of these we're going to catch and which one of these we're going to let hit the floor. Unless we pull a little magic trick and like when they're both falling, we snatch one and then balance the other on top of it and like have them both balancing in one hand. I mean, the hand is fairly small, so I don't know if it'll like, grab both of them or snatch both of them. And let's start at the beginning. The beginning is the Three of Pentacles. The Three of Pentacles is a card of partnership. And then the subconscious influence is indecision or the unknowable. I feel like there's this energy here of, I feel like we've learned a lot of lessons and we've grown and we've healed a lot, but we don't necessarily know what direction to go in here. And it isn't necessarily bad, but it feels like the trick here is going to be to not need to know. Because like there are certain things that you just like won't know. There are certain things that we have to experience to begin to know them. And if you need to know something before you do it, you can miss out on a lot of opportunities. Now, the middle card is the Hangman. So, goodness. Another card of that could be indecision. It could be stagnancy, juggling, indecision, partnership, foundation building. Two Capricorn energies here, and one Libran energy with the Piscean energy in between them. Now, Pisces energy can be a little wishy-washy, a little flip-floppy, and a little indecisive at the same time. And sometimes it can be one of those things where you can see the benefits of both things, so it's hard for you to necessarily put one above the other. But the Hangman is also about a change in perspective. And Capricorn being a cardinal earth energy, probably more or less, and it's Saturn, right? It's probably more or less has a mode of operation of knowing, right? Because when you know the materials that you have and you know what you want to build, you can begin to manage those materials and also acquire more, right? I have a buddy who's in construction, and that's kind of sort of his thing. He just got his own project, so I'm very proud of him. We went through it together. Uh, we went through it together, and just like seeing him like doing something, it makes me really happy. I love when my friends succeed. I just do. I like supporting people. Um, I need to learn, or I have learned, and I'm currently in the practice of supporting myself as much as I support other people. And that's one of the many lessons that I've learned this year that I'm so grateful and thankful for. Um, but anyway, back to this. And so there is the part of Capricorn energy that needs to know, especially when you're responsible for the foundation. But that's where the trust comes into play, right? Trust that what is coming into your experience is something that you will be able to use in some way, or something that you will gain experience in refusing in some way. And it's like if you get something and you know that it's going to be useful, you don't necessarily have to know the use for it right at that moment. You can keep it in your back pocket, right? And keep this little like mental catalog of where everything is, so that when you encounter a situation where someone is like, man, like I really like need to do this, or I need to do that, or like I wish I knew someone who could do X, Y, or Z, then you could be the person there who's able to fulfill that need. And there's something about this building resourcefulness that is really going to be appreciated. Right? Also, I feel like I should just throw out there like make sure that your time, energy, and effort is valued and that you're fairly compensated for that, right? But yeah, and I think this hangman, it could be a little stuck, but it's also a change in perspective, right? So if you do get a little bit stuck, just think back on a previous time, maybe where you didn't necessarily know everything, but by the end of the day, you were able to pull resources together to figure it out. Or just think of moments where like your trust and your faith and your hope paid out or paid off, right? And just know that it may be another one of those things. Because I feel like it also does teach a very practical energy and a very, I guess, pragmatic is kind of sort of the word that I want. Energy, how to be more flexible. And I feel like that's going to be really important. Your energy oracle card is hostilities. What the freak? 26. Excuse me. Ah, what is up with this? See, but this isn't necessarily as bad as this energy. Because with hostilities, well, I guess that could be other people envying you. But I mean, if like pile two ain't doing nothing, I don't know what anybody would be envying. You know, if that don't resonate, then it don't resonate. But if it do, like, that's like the people who are like, oh, they jealous of this and they jealous of that and they just hating on me because of this and this and that. And it's like, maybe true, but like, what do you do? It reminds me of Drag Race, maybe season 7. That probably isn't the season. I don't remember. When Bianca Del Rio was talking to Trinity K. Bonet, and she was like, "What do you do successfully?" And Trinity was like, and then Bianca was like, "Quickly." Like, what do you do successfully? This ain't even about Pile 2. Okay, anyway, back to this. I feel like this could be hostilities in the environment that one faces more so than hostilities that they have for others. This could also be a misconception about this energy because I could see how, especially like if you're a no nonsense type person, some people could kind of sort of see that as hostile or as unfriendly. And so there's like this perceived, like it's like a RBF type energy. But since you have RBF and you are kind of sort of, I'm getting like a Queen of Swords energy, maybe this Libra energy. But then it's like you automatically put people on edge because they assume that you're a certain way. And so there also may be a need for you to like lighten up a little bit without compromising who you are. Or there's going to be a need, there could also be like somebody, there's also this energy of like someone who is used to sort of dominating everything. And this is going to be, then like this energy is you sort of holding your own perspective regardless of whatever this other person tries to force on you. This is a very forceful energy, but if you stand your ground, I feel like there's going to be this mutual respect for each other, and then you turn like this hostile situation into a partnership where it's like mutually beneficial and both people respect the strength of the other and also their differences. And in that case, I feel like there may be a small learning curve, but again, when there's this much respect in a situation, especially when you begin to know like, oh, that person isn't whatever, that's just how they are. All right, that's just their face. Then it kind of sort of softens things too. So definitely I'd say there's this balance here between continuing to march to the beat of your own drum and playing well with others. And then maybe that's the Two of Swords, right? It's then it becomes almost this like code switching type energy where you're able to be different aspects of yourself in different situations. And then that introduces a little bit of mutability. And I guess there's Pisces energy right there. So it's not like mutable energy isn't here. So this will be interesting. So yeah, maybe you're going to be getting an opportunity where it's almost the case of like if you have a bomb portfolio and if you interview really well and if you seem like someone that would really benefit the company, then like don't go into that job and not be all of who you are and not contribute and just like let other people railroad you or to not speak up, right? And then in that case, this could be this like a fear of confrontation. You might be like, oh, I don't want to be hostile and I don't want to like shoot other people's ideas down. But there's something about this Three of Pentacles and Two of Swords is an energy of discourse, right? And discourse isn't always chaotic, right? It isn't always disruptive. It's like constructive criticism and conversation and a recognition. There's also like lots of mutual respect energy in here. And it's almost like, we hired you or we're coming to you because we see that there's something that you really have to offer the situation. Like, let us see that instead of just like super agreeable, whatever. So that is balance within the self. And maybe that's something that Saturn has been teaching you, or maybe just something that you've been learning in general, or maybe an aspect of yourself that you're coming more into. I didn't even pick. Oof. Oh well. I might take this one. I don't know. um, Especially like because I've heard Sun in the 11th house is like people pleaser type of energy. Maybe also Sun in the 7th house, heavy Libran energies. Also Virgo. I don't know why I'm just feeling Virgo. Because when I said like there's a mutable energy here, I wanted to say Virgo. But like Pisces is the energy that's here. But if we take Pisces energy and flip it on its head, is that not Virgo? But anyway, yeah. I feel like they're like it's not always confrontational. And sometimes maybe you do have to be a little bit confrontational to make a point. But again, there's something about mutual respect here because it feels like, especially with this heavy Capricorn energy, it's like they're like Capricorn, like one of its energies is building foundations. Like it's what it's good at, right? It sets the foundation for tomorrow, Aquarius. Both Saturn ruled the foundation and the future. Those F words. F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me. N is for anywhere, anytime at all down here in the deep blue sea. I don't know. But maybe that's another thing. Like, don't be afraid to. And maybe like this hostilities, it could also be. There's so many things that this could be. This is such an interesting pile. I just want to get into everything. But it could also be this Queen of Swords type energy. Again, it's a different Queen of Swords type energy. It's a dusty Queen of Swords. It's a Queen of Swords that's a little bit in reverse because the Queen of Pentacles is so tall. Um, and so it's like again going back to the thing of like learning how to be both and maybe learning how to be a little bit more flexible and to ease up a little bit. Like you don't have to be so strong all the time. You might also need to learn how to yield a little bit or to soften up a little bit or to listen to other people or to give other people an opportunity to be themselves because the Three of Pentacles is a foundation that's made stronger and better because of the individual unique components. And if you force conformity on everybody, then you're cheating yourself out of a foundation that's more able to withstand different sort of cataclysms, right? That's why diversity is important. It spices things up. So, yeah, whichever of those sort of fit for you, then do that. But I do feel like there's an opportunity for a lot of success to come in, right? So, now we'll go to pile one. Who? Excuse me? Pile one. I don't want to stop. 44:40. I was so tempted to put 44 for pile one, but I ain't gonna force it. So y'all's already starting with the strength card down here. Now, strength is interesting when it comes to Saturn because it does feel like an energy of standing your ground, kind of like this pile. But you don't want to do too much, right? Ew. Like a little hair just somehow ended up in my bottom lip. Like, what the? I almost felt like an eyelash or something. Do I want to see what's crossing the strength first? I actually want to start up here first. Oh, financial constraints, number 13. Okay, this is interesting. Number 13 could be a 40, right? You could be 40, I guess. I don't know, or in your 40s. You could be 48. Probably not, but it's possible. These are such interesting energies. Like Saturn, like, I guess action is at the bottom of the deck, though, right? And if there's a call to action, then it's almost like the star energy, where it's like it's about navigating out of one space and entering another. It's about making something happen, right? And with the Five of Wands, there is this energy of like a needing to focus and then take action. This is a 22, 17 plus 5. I don't know why that matters, but it is what it is. And so we have financial constraints and we have strength. So we're just going to run through these and then we're going to see what's blocking strength. What's immediately coming to my mind, it's like a need to budget, but more so than that, honestly, there's this feeling of like sometimes when we experience financial constraint and then we come into a situation where we're no longer as constrained financially, we still hold on to those lack mentalities and those fears of like we could lose everything at any minute. And that's honestly like that's the first feeling that I'm getting. And either like things aren't as bad as they seem or things are about to improve, and as things improve, or it may be a need to like let go of lack mentality before we allow the abundance to flow and to alleviate these financial constraints. Also, there's this interesting energy of like either or, but it's like either you need to be looking at something that provides you a little bit more stability, or if you're about to embark upon a new chapter in your life, it's like there are more important things than how much money you make. But also, like, you kind of sort of want to have enough to pay the bills at the same time. But also, doesn't that kind of sound like lack mentality? Like, oh, I need to have enough to pay the bills. Well, it's like the bills are going to be paid, right? Because we're not in that lack mentality anymore. So there almost is this question of like, what do you really want to do, right? If like financial constraints weren't an issue, if money wasn't an issue, what is it that you'd be out there doing? And we're going to start at 1 and then go down to 3. So we're starting at the Hierophant, the Hierophant with financial constraints. Hierophant is Taurian energy, right? So yeah, it is that feeling of poverty, lack consciousness, poverty consciousness, and how that can work its way into us, right? And that could create people who are like workaholics who always fear that like, their lights may be shut off even if they're working like a really, really, really good job, right? Those are the people who may be like, I was homeless for a few years and I never want to be homeless again, so that's why I work so hard. But it is very much that all work and no play type of energy, because it's like, why work so hard if you can't even enjoy the things that you have, especially if you have a family? But it does feel like an indoctrination of poverty lack consciousness here with the Hierophant. And the Hierophant energy can also speak of foundations, but they're typically foundations that we don't set for ourselves. Right? And that's why it's like depicted by a Bible. Not that the Bible necessarily is, but it is. Like these rule books that we kind of sort of get. And it's like, okay, if you want to identify as this or in this group, then here's all the things that you need to comply with. And we move from that into the tower. So look at these mages. I actually saw the tower when I was shuffling. I can't remember what it was behind. I think it was behind the King of Pentacles when I saw it. Um, I'm pretty sure it was behind the King of Pentacles. So this is things that can change drastically and suddenly. And it's interesting because Uranus is in Taurus right now, and the tower is Mars energy. But Uranus can come in like a tower as well. And when Uranus comes in, it's like when Mars comes in as a tower, it's to transform something. When Uranus comes in as a tower, the transformation being Scorpio energy, feminine side of Mars. When Uranus comes in, when a Uranus tower comes in, it's more focused on what it frees you up for, because Uranus is the Fool. So it makes you available to something or available for something. And like a Uranus tower might shake and rumble a little bit more than a Mars tower, but you usually typically come into the brighter side of it a little bit quicker, right? Because Uranus is Aquarius, which is also the star, which comes right after the tower. So also there's this energy here of like when the world changes, but the person remains the same. And we're going to be ending with the Fool, the Uranus Tower. Thank you for the confirmation. Thanks. That's also been happening a lot more lately, but is it more lately? I don't know. It's just happening. So this is a Uranus Tower, and a Uranus Tower, Uranus is in Taurus right now. It's actually like 8 degrees right on top of my ascendant again. It already conjuncted my ascendant. And the first time Uranus conjuncted my ascendant, I got braids for the first time in my life. And that lasted for maybe 2 weeks. And then I took them out. But anyway, again, this ain't about me. But Uranus and the moon are going to be in a fairly tight conjunction, I believe. Full moon in Taurus on Halloween. So I love this because this it's like an opportunity that completely changes what we think life is and what life has to be. Because that's also Hierophant energy, right? It's the codes and the rules of life. It's the limitations and things like that. And no, I was gonna say it's the only one with majors, but pile three also had a major, but like 3 majors for pile one. And what? 13 is the number of transformation. So there is this like Mars tower and Uranus tower type of energy here. And I feel like strength is gonna be like, hold on. But also strength is sort of like taking the tower for all that it is. Pretty much right off the jump. It doesn't really feel like there's going to be much time in between the tower and when you're asked to do something new, right? This is one of those towers that actually change things that you immediately sort of have to react to. So it might be a little less emotional unless like there's a marriage or something, or like you're cohabitating with somebody, or like you lose someone and like there's significant expenses, and I'm not really getting that energy, but I guess it could happen since it came up. But it does, it really feels like an opportunity that just completely shifts the way you live life and also the way you view the world, because it reminds me of I saw on Twitter the other day somebody was like, you know, growing up poor or growing up less fortunate, like really like does something to me, because I was in the store. This is what the tweet said. I was in the store with my husband and I said I saw something that I liked, but I put it back and my husband told me that we could afford it. Right? What's blocking the strength card? I want to know. The 10 of Pentacles. That's interesting. And again, like if this is what I was initially feeling of like even when you're not in a space of financial constraints, since it's everything that you've known, you kind of sort of carry that book around with you everywhere. And so the Ten of Pentacles could be you actually, it may not necessarily be right now, but if it is right now, then congratulations, right? If it's coming into the future, I might pick this pile. Let me stop. Honestly, any pile except for two, because you. And it just is what it is. I ain't even gonna say sorry, because I mean, envy. Like, I guess you could be the envy of other people. So you could have envious people. I don't know why I'm talking about pile two again. Pile two is also self-absorbed. Like, get over yourself. I'm just kidding. I keep talking about pile two. Pile two ain't asking to be talked about. Um, but yeah, it is almost this like almost this energy of like, or maybe you're going to be coming into an opportunity that is significantly better than what your experience was. And like you may move up a tax bracket or two or even three. I don't know. But apparently, if you get so rich, then you don't have to pay taxes. Anyway. It's like it's a very greedy energy and it's insatiable. And I feel like it's not greedy because of any, I don't want to say character flaw or moral flaw. It's like it's greedy and insatiable because it doesn't fully realize and recognize that its situation is no longer what it was. And so it's like the Ten of Pentacles is an energy that we're constantly chasing, even when we're already sitting in it. And so again, that Strength card kind of sort of is like, taking a step back and looking at and admiring and appreciating everything that you actually have and realizing that, hey, like maybe I don't have to work so hard anymore. Maybe I can actually, enjoy time with my family or enjoy the fruits of my labors. Maybe I can hire some people to do some of this work for me, right? Maybe I don't have to do everything on my own. Because it really does feel like things are about to change drastically. Like brand new beginnings. And like this isn't even a world new beginning. And I feel like if this was a world card into the Fool, that's some more natural transition. And so it feels like it would give us a little bit more time to debunk all of the things written in this book of the Hierophant, and then to keep the things that resonate with us, right? Some of those things are artifacts of the time that they were written in. And anything written by man isn't going to necessarily completely embody the wholeness of the truth of the divine. But it's like it just happened so suddenly that there's almost no time to really get our bearings. So it looks really good for pile one. I mean, I guess the opposite of this could be true, right? We could have been financially set, but now we're coming into this tower where we lose everything and then we have to start over. I'm not necessarily feeling that, but that could also be something that happens. But if you're starting over now, if that's like shady and like shady business practices and like money laundering and things like that, then that's probably going to follow you and it's going to be maybe a little bit more difficult to bounce back from that. But if it's nothing shady or questionable like that, then it's like, you wouldn't be starting over from scratch necessarily because you would still have your skill set, right? And if you were, again, if it wasn't shady, then maybe you have a sort of bit of a reputation or you have a portfolio and there's another opportunity out there for you. Maybe it won't be the one that you were initially building with. Maybe you were really close to retiring or you thought you would retire in a certain capacity. Maybe the tower moment that is 2020 came in and changed, the business model so significantly that you've kind of sort of been made redundant, or you're going to have to find something else. But I feel like, again, if that's your situation, then I don't think you'll be starting completely fresh because you do have a portfolio and you have experiences and you have skills, right? That you can be compensated for closer to that level than like entry level, let's just say. So it doesn't make it any easier in the moment, but it does feel like, again, like even if that tower fell, it doesn't take away what you got out of it because of what you put into it. And then this strength would be you needing to sort of muster up the strength and the courage to continue moving on, and maybe not necessarily wallow so much in everything that you kind of sort of lost. So that's what I got for these. None of these was necessarily like spectacular, like oh my gosh. But again, I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Excuse me, because again, it does feel like things that we're like gonna have to put in work and action into doing and getting and achieving. Cutting to judgment with this Five of Wands, the horn of Gabriel, or the trumpet. So I'm not done yet because I don't want to be done yet. So I'm gonna timestamp the rest slash general. Ooh, the lovers, and then I'm gonna pull cards until I feel like leaving. I got like so my hardcore deadline to get super serious is October 1. I do want to get serious before then, but like. Uh, 1:01:10. Well, I wanted to stay on until I saw it had been an hour, but I don't want to. I don't want to end with these. I kind of want to do two more because I don't. I don't know those like contracts. Um, yeah, and my brain does this thing where it works better at the last minute anyway. There's a woman holding the heart at the cut again, but she can't come out. Lately. Temple Path at the cut again. But yeah, it does feel like things that we need to take action on. And walking away in broken heart, walking away just like made itself known. Contract just tried to get to like GTF away from that broken heart. Anxiety is replacing contract at the bottom of the deck. I think this is a door to spirit, or is that no? That's adjacent possibilities. So let's see. There's a woman holding a coin. So let's just get some more general messages, right? Let's just get some general messages for what? Full moon and Aries, sure, why not? Even though full moon and Aries just kind of sort of seems like, oh, it's time to start everything. So not full moon and Aries. Second decan of Libra? No, just some cards for like now. I don't know, I just want to keep pulling. Okay. Who this? Patience. With all tied up at the bottom of the deck. All tied up is number 23. Patience is number 16. Under all tied up is blossoming abundance. So maybe that's what the patience is for, because it's going to be coming in. It does sort of feel like this energy of approving, honestly. Like our patience is going to be tested, but it's very much like the slower the roast, the better the taste type of energy. It's like if you can hold, like the longer you can hold out, the sweeter it'll be. Because things may not necessarily be ripe just yet. Potentially. This will be the challenge, or the winds of change at our back. This will be clarifying, all tied up. This will be the oncoming challenge. And this will be clarifying patience. And maybe it's like another thing that like all of this was to, with the Five of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Five of Cups and blossoming abundance. What was I about to say? I don't remember. Like it was teaching us patience, right? Getting us out of the energy of instant gratification for a more delayed satisfaction. Because again, something that's well worth the wait. Good things come to those who wait, because those are the ones who wait for good things. There is an energy of like being more selective. Like if there's a Seven of Cups type of situation, it's about not necessarily taking the first option, unless the first option is a viable option, and more than viable, but like a really good option, right? So let's see. Let's just see what's blocking us first. The sun is blocking us. Now, the sun as a blockage could be fear, a fear of change, a fear of living the good life. Maybe one of those energies that's like, oh, well, if like things get too good, then they're going to get bad again. An energy of not being able to trust good things, an energy of like waiting for the other shoe to drop. Or it can be an energy of appearances, it can be the energy of ego, right? Being our limitation. Maybe with all tied up in patience, I don't know, I just got the energy of like someone who doesn't want to appear to be weak or that they need anything, and so they'll downplay their actual situation. And what that does is like it actually like it doesn't help them at all. And it also sort of like I feel like it's gonna rub somebody the wrong way. Like pretending like you have it all figured out or whatever. And not only that, but I feel like it kind of sort of minimizes your impact as well. But hey. So we'll actually read the current energy last. The winds of change at your back is the Five of Swords. Now, when I see the Five of Swords in a space like this, it feels like friction. It feels like an ejecting force. Sometimes when we're in spaces that we need not longer be in, we sort of start to encounter a lot of resistance and friction in our staying there. That's when like people start to like really grate on your nerves. It's like you're always getting in trouble at work, or like you're getting more complaints, or like you just like don't feel as satisfied anymore. It honestly feels like something that is pushing you into a space where things could be better and brighter. And the oncoming challenge is the Fool actually making that leap, actually doing something new, actually doing something different. And I'm not surprised that that's the challenge if we're in this space for so long that like we have to encounter resistance. Now, the ego here would be like we don't want to start something new because we don't want someone else to think that they won something out over us. But sometimes it ain't even about the person, it's not even about the people. It's just an environment and a situation that you're not meant to be in, and so you'll encounter some resistance sometimes. You don't have to get angry, you don't have to get bitter, you don't have to get spiteful. It's just a mismatch. It doesn't match anymore. Excuse me. So shout out to friends who stick along your journey for the whole ride or for longer. Like I started my journey with my best friend, with my girl, and we're still on these things together. We share wisdom, and it's so amazing. I've actually been like there were a lot of lessons that I was sort of learning for a hot minute, and now I can kind of sort of help her with some of the stuff that she's going through. And it's interesting because um, she was kind of sort of helping me when I was going through it. um, but anyway, yeah, it isn't always to necessarily get spiteful or bitter or angry. It's just to realize sometimes that hey, like I'm encountering so much resistance because this is a space that I no longer belong in. And it almost reminds me of Cancer because I was like, Cancer is the hermit crab that needs to find a bigger shell because you're outgrowing the shell. And then the resistance that you feel is like literally your body trying to expand in a space that is not accommodating that expansion. Also, with the sun here, it could be a moon energy, right? If the sun is the limitation, it's like maybe you're afraid to enter a space that is unknown. Either way, or maybe there are some ties to this situation because all tied up is here. Maybe this is you cutting yourself loose. Because again, maybe it's becoming too hectic, too crazy to the point where you're like, you know what, I'm just better off doing whatever. And so clarifying this all tied up is the lovers. Ooh, that's a devil energy. When you have the lovers tied up, that's devil energy. That's literally like 90% of devil cards. Somebody that got the lovers chained up. Yeah, I mean, but that's that Five of Swords. It's just like when you've overstayed your welcome and things are starting to turn like really toxic and nasty, trying to force yourselves together when you need to be apart. Start something brand new. Also, the Lovers is about choices, right? And so there is a little bit of an energy of repetition here. And it feels like attracting the same karmic lessons over and over, but not necessarily because it's like they're depending on the perspective that you have, it could be so chaotic that you just like blame everything bad that happened on the other individual. And when you individualize it, it makes it a little bit harder to see like the central themes that it was trying to teach you. Clarifying the patience is the Ace of Pentacles, which is the slowest ace, right? Because that's like literally the first brick in a brand new building. And it's like what? The Four of Pentacles would be the foundation. The Three of Pentacles is like, maybe you get somebody else who like buys into your vision so they'll help you out to make it easier. But it's like the foundation isn't complete until the Four of Pentacles being the first number of completion or the first full number of stability. And I think that's why, because like I said, good things come to those who wait, but it's also like good things take time. And maybe that's why the Fool is a challenge, because with the Lovers here and all tied up, it's like there's a lot of time invested into this. And so we don't want to start all over. But sometimes we start from experience, like I said with pile one. Like we start with experience, especially when we learn the lesson. So we're not starting all over, right? It's like we're transporting and shifting some of that foundation into. I mean, and we always carry parts of a foundation into something new. We just want to make sure that we're not carrying like, and it's almost like that how that Hierophant was about like these things that are not that great becoming part of our foundation. Like we don't want that to happen, right? We don't necessarily want to carry over like all of the trauma and all of the baggage. But if we can carry over the lesson, then it's like, we can bare bones the foundation, or we can just like use the good parts and not have to worry about, oh, the foundation was rotted because this thing is like hundreds of years old, but it's only certain parts. And like there's a whole house here, so we don't even know which parts are good and which parts are bad. So it might be easier to just like tear the whole thing down and redo the whole foundation. But patience in the Ace of Pentacles, it's like day by day, second by second, sometimes moment by moment. It's always now. Now the current energy for this is the Eight of Cups, walking away from something, and that's why this side, yeah, because it's about appearances. This is a very like, it's that couple that looks really good on like social media or in the public, but like there are like fights and screaming and like lots of substance consumption for just to like make ends meet and to get by. And like I'm pretty sure a lot of those have been coming to the headlight or the spotlight or to the forefront, especially when people were like more cooped up together and really couldn't go anywhere back in the early days of like March to April and May, right before things started opening up again. But if it's about, yeah, this is us staying in situations that we don't necessarily want to be in. And it almost carries an energy of pile two with patience here. Because it's like just waiting for things to turn around, just waiting for things to get better instead of getting out when it's your time to get out. That's why the Fool is the challenge here. So let's try to find some advice. I mean, I don't need, just do it. Nike, that's your advice. Get a pair of Nikes and run away. Or walk away or jog away. They jog in commercials, right? Get a pair of Nikes and jog away. Right? I mean, the advice is right there. The current energy is the State of Cups. And there's almost this like, yeah, but like things were so good in the past, and like you don't understand, like I love him or I love her or I love this job, like we're just in a rough patch. And it's like y'all been in a rough patch for like 15 years. But with Patience and the Ace of Pentacles, if that ain't necessarily the case, and I'm over here talking like, well, I don't know who watches this, so hey, maybe it resonates for somebody, or maybe I'm just talking. Because if things can be resolved, then I feel like it would be worth holding on to. But that requires a lot of communication and like dedication and action, right? We ain't just saying that things are resolved and then nothing changes and we're back here again. Like we've tried that how many times? Because it's almost like, but it does remind me of like when there's just like too much baggage in a situation to really stay there. Too much hurt, too much pain. And like maybe y'all can be friends later on, but it feels like someone's a little scorched. And to continue to stay in this, like, it's too close to heal. But with Patience crowning this, I don't know, maybe it's like you've been patient enough. Because we have Blossoming Abundance at the bottom of the deck, and then we have this flower, this white rose, this white tulip. I'm pretty sure that's a tulip, I think. That's growing out of the crown of this. So it's blossoming in a whole new area. We have Aquarius here twice, Earth, Gemini, Leo, or the Sun, and Pisces, Uranus, Air. And maybe also the Sun being the challenge could be like the good times. But like, what about the good times? What about like it wasn't all bad? And it's like things don't. I don't. It's very like Stockholmy. It honestly feels like a little bit like Stockholm syndrome. I think that's it. Um, where it's like it kind of sort of is that bad. You've just been in the situation long enough for you to like sort of get used to it. And it also reminds me of like sometimes we don't know how bad things really are if that's been our only experience. It reminds me of people who have like parents who are not that great, but they don't understand how not great their parents are until they come across, and then there's a strength card. So yeah, probably just gotta do it until they come across people with parents who are like a little bit better, right? Or who don't take advantage of them, who don't feel like entitled to just like running their lives or something. I don't know. As if kids ask to be born. Because I'd be the first person like, okay, well, like, I don't feel too much of a type of way because you did this for me and you did that for me because you made the decision to get pregnant and to lay down and to not wrap it up, or to, even if you did wrap it up, like, you made the decision to have me. Regardless of if you knew it would happen or not, and now I'm your responsibility. I don't feel whatever because I'm your responsibility. Like You don't get a medal for being a parent when you bring a whole life into the world. You're responsible for it. Hello? That's like the job that you signed up for, and it doesn't pay. Not everyone is necessarily like that. I can be super, super dry sometimes. I don't know. Maybe it's that Taurus moon. It's like either I got a whole bunch of water or I don't have any water at all. Well, Saturn is my guiding planet, and it's in Aquarius, so it's a fairly strong Saturn. Oh, cards just went on the floor. I do want to do like at least one more of those, and then I will let y'all go. I don't know. I really like doing this, but yeah, I've been having some really. Yeah, it was the King of Pentacles. Okay, we're actually gonna look at these because he came out. The Tower was behind him earlier. Well, I might have to count these to make sure I'm not missing any cards. Come on. Hey, we got another one. Boom, boom, boom. And I actually want to do this one a little bit different. I want to do four corners. Seven of Pentacles is the bottom of the deck. And it's interesting because in this... Oh, the star is behind the Seven of Pentacles. In this Seven of Pentacles, usually the Seven of Pentacles is about like cultivating and stuff like that. Very like farmer type energy. And there's the sun there, like really close to the Pentacles, which would be the seeds. And it reminds me of what I said to Leo about how sometimes if the sun is too strong, it'll evaporate all of the water before it has a chance to seep into the ground. The xylem goes from the stomata, or from the leaves down to the roots. The xylem carries the... No. The phloem carries the food. I think it's phloem and food. So the xylem carries the water, which would go from the roots to the top, and then the phloem would go from the top down, right? Because that's where all the sugar is made. And yeah, so plants build up sugars. That's why you get like, fructose and all those other like plant sugars. And then people break them down, right? We eat the sugars. We give out the CO2. They turn CO2 into sugar and give out the oxygen that we breathe. Aren't plants amazing? I was watching a video lately, and somebody was like, you could be an animal person, like you could be really into animals. And I'm like, I put animals and people about the same. I put plants above everything. I don't know why I'm more attached to plant life than animal life. Honestly. I just am. And it's not that I don't like animals, but like I'm not really an animal person. I want to be a plant daddy. So let's get the four corners. I don't remember what else I was saying. King of Pentacles here. Current energy of stability. King of Pentacles is Taurian energy. That's where Uranus is again. Also, it's like I feel like things when it comes to stability are going to be changing. What's that? Oh, first chakra, Archangel Michael. I was like, what is this? Come on, come on. There we go. Thank you. I'm like, can I get something, please? Oh, it's face up. Oh, but I'll take it. All tied up in reverse. It's in reverse now. We're going to turn this one face up, though. Unless I just turned it face down. Blossoming Abundance is still at the bottom of the deck. Oh, I was talking about Leo. Yeah. I was talking about how if the sun is too close, it'll evaporate the water before the plants can take it in and before they can grow. And so maybe Leo energy needs to give things a little bit more space, which is also interesting because in the Leo retrograde story, there was almost that same story of like there are certain things that are close, like really close to Leo energy, but they're keeping it sort of stationary and stuck so that it doesn't expand too much. And it's like some of that energy needs to be released. It's like some of that needs to drift away a little bit, and some other things need to come a little bit closer into the orbit. It's like it's time for the solar system of Leo to redistribute and rebalance itself. And it was also about sort of learning as you grow and learning as you go. So we're currently in this King of Pentacles energy, which is now sort of us just feeling comfortable with our place in our space in the world. Or maybe it was us previously comfortable with our place in the world because it is fixed Earth, right? It's like a space of us thinking that we have it all figured out and that we don't really have much else to do. Now, there's a limitation here. So maybe this is what we want to feel. And the limitation is the Emperor. The Emperor could be the government. I've never felt the Emperor as the government before. But I say the government because it's a person with authority, right? But we're coming into a new King of Pentacles energy. There's an opportunity to come into a King of Pentacles 2.0 that requires us to be more, to have a little bit more, what's the word? Autonomy, sovereignty, to really take charge of our own lives, to create this stability for ourselves. And look, they have the same crown. They have the same crown. Maybe this is a pre-emperor energy. Earth is one of the last elements for us to master. And so maybe the element of earth is a little bit more difficult right now because it's almost like, I'm saying almost, for those who it resonates for, maybe. Like once we come into this King of Pentacles energy, then we'll be like fully in Emperor energy. Almost like it's the last element for us to master, right? If you're mastering earth, you have to master the mind and the heart, right? To be a master manifester, the mind and the heart are like two of the most like powerful things, like the basics of what we need to have at least a working relationship with, so that we're not like self-sabotaging, or so that the heart or the mind isn't working against what it is that we're actively trying to put out into the world. And then there's also the bit of sort of mastering how we put ourselves out into the world, that King of Wands, that fire energy, right? And so earth kind of sort of is the last thing, right? You need the water, you need air, and you need sunlight to make a plant grow. And then we have all tied up down here. I don't know how these are going to correspond. Well, they'll be like these cross points. So let's start with the reason, like the crowning moment. Five of Cups in reverse. Now, I don't know how I got reversals. Maybe this deck just want reversals. But with the Five of Cups in reverse, the Five of Cups is an energy of almost like the Five of Pentacles, right? What is the Five of Cups? Crying over spilled milk. It's about us focusing more on the things that we've lost rather than the things that we still have to be grateful and appreciative of and for. And with the Five of Cups in reverse, it's like we're no longer focusing on the things that we lost in the past. We're more focused on building towards the future. And maybe that's an understanding that the King of Pentacles has, right? Like, not every seed will necessarily will yield a crop. And so for those, we just kind of sort of, we pull them up, right? And we kind of move on. We take care of the crops, or the seeds that are, we take care of the crops that are still healthy and growing. And then there's also this energy of needing to remove certain ones. It's giving me the energy of trees that get like funguses and stuff on them. And so to prevent those funguses from spreading, you burn the tree, or you cut down the tree. You remove the tree with the fungus. Um, there are also like viruses that affect plants. It's wild, and bacteria that affect plants. And I guess it's not that wild, but it's crazy to me. Like I remember in one of my biology books, maybe AP biology, um, there was like these trees or these plants that had like they were swollen because they were infected. I was like, what? I mean, it makes sense, but again, it's just like, what? That's so weird. And like, And that's another thing about bananas. Like bananas almost went extinct. If you didn't notice, bananas don't have seeds. Bananas don't naturally grow in the wild. Bananas are purely replicated by human beings. Like without us making more bananas, like bananas just would not be anymore. Now you still might have like plantains and stuff like that. But the banana that we see, like they're all clones of each other. And since they're all clones of each other, there's no genetic diversity. And without genetic diversity, it's like if you kill one banana, you literally kill all of the bananas. And there was a fungus that was just like wiping out bananas. And they couldn't, like, again, there's no genetic diversity. So it's not like, oh, these bananas are more susceptible than those bananas. So the bananas with the mutation will survive the bacteria, and the bananas without the mutation will die. And so we'll still have some bananas. So in that vein, it's bringing me the energy of the grotesque in the Spirit Keeper's tarot, which is the Five of Cups over there, and it's all about these things that make us unique and that make us individuals, that make us able to withstand things that other people may not necessarily be able to what did I just say? Withstand. I wanted to say like extend for some reason. It makes us able to withstand that other people. It makes us able to withstand things that other people may not necessarily be able to withstand. It makes us unique, and because we're unique, it makes the collective hardier. That's people who bring things to the table, who have perspective, who have skills and abilities that other people don't necessarily have. And again, we're stronger as a whole when there is more diversity. Then we don't go the way of the banana because one fungus decides to come in and wipe all of us out. And so there's this need to accept those things within ourselves. And that's probably why all of this is happening. It's the sun that feeds into all of this that lies beneath it. Yeah, this does feel like pre-emperor energy. Maybe like pre-completely, like pre-more divine masculine energy. Especially with all tied up at the bottom. Let's look at the oncoming challenge, and then we'll see what's connecting these two. Six of Swords in reverse. Are all of these gonna... Oh, I picked these up off of the floor. Okay, that's it. I was like, why are all of these in reverse? So the Six of Swords in reverse is our oncoming challenge. The Six of Swords in reverse is an interesting energy because it feels like we think that we're getting away from something. Okay, I know what this is. We feel like we're getting away from something, but what we're actually sailing onto is it's more chaotic than the place that we just left. This is an energy of like when it's easier to ignore our problems than it is to face them. And when we're in a space of ignoring and not taking things as they are, which again, like it's almost like things have been so difficult for us to find the diamonds in the rough within ourselves. But if we didn't face that, if we haven't been facing anything, if we've been trying to like run away from everything, this is the energy of like it's gonna catch up to you. Or if this is the oncoming challenge with the King of Pentacles, okay, yeah, it may be more of this, even though that's still applicable. The King of Pentacles is Earth, fixed Earth, Taurus energy. So he's not necessarily going to run from a lot of things, right? Like if you want somebody who will run, like go to Scorpio, go to Aquarius, right? Scorpio will do that super deep dive. They'll just like disappear. Aquarius will go to the ends of the solar system. But like Leo energy, the sun is always there. And Taurus is fixed Earth. You're not going to tip that cow. And so it's almost like our upcoming challenge is going to actually be to face something and to not run away from it. And again, the Emperor will stand his ground. He's not going to abandon his post to just let like somebody else come in and take over his whole empire. He's going to fight to defend it. The energy that sits at the crossroad up here is the thinking woman, which is interesting. What's her number? What number is she? She's number 47, which is an 11. And it honestly feels like an empress. Like there's this empress energy that this emperor is going to consult with, because the empress holds the queen of swords, right? But also, if this has been a little bit stereotypical, so I'm sorry to any ladies or feminine identifying people out there that I offend, or even like non feminine identifying people who are still like, you know what, that was effed up. Like, I ain't gotta be a woman to care about women. So let me get a little bit stereotypical here. But when we think like a woman, we think with our heart and we think with our intuition rather than looking at what's right in front of us on the surface, which is what like thinking like a man pretty much is, right? It's very surface level. It's very like, oh, it's this, so it's this, right? Sometimes, because the feminine energy is the moon, so it is more intuitive. It's deeper. It's below the surface. It's what guides and pulls everything. It's the conductor of things. It's the reason why things happened, more so than just like things happening, right? And I like this energy because it almost feels like there's this devil energy here, but the thinking woman is going to be like, hold up, wait. It's like that one gif with that one lady, and she like looking off to the left, and then she look at the camera, and it got all like the Pythagorean theorem and all those other like little formulas floating around. Because it feels like, again, it feels like this energy that would basically pull you off of your throne, but it would get you to abandon something that is actually meant for you to like stay and defend it or fight for it, or to like bolster your defenses rather than just abandoning this thing. And the thinking woman is going to figure it out. And again, it's almost in the space of that queen of swords, that facet of the queen of swords and the queen of cups, because the queen of cups would be the more intuitive one, but the queen of swords would be the one that's able to like back up that intuition with logic, right? Because she's talking to a man, she's talking to the emperor, and depending on this masculine energy, it's like sometimes it needs more than just a gut feeling, or it needs more than just intuition. It needs some like cold hard facts, right? So she's going to be able to piece it together in a way that convinces him that it's a trick. It feels very like illusory, like an illusion. Like I was talking about how there's the projection of the Kraken out in the middle of the sea that's not actually real, but the projection is out there, and so it keeps a lot of ships from leaving the harbor. But like you could sail right through it because it's a trick of the light. It's a trick of light and shadow. There's no actual substance there. But she's able to see through it. Or she's able to see the benefit in staying and standing our ground when we'd only run. There's also this energy of like a false prophecy. It gives me very like Shakespearean, like here's this witch or this whatever that's giving you a prophecy of destruction, but it's not. It's like sometimes when we get those, we don't understand what actually leads us to our downfall. But the thinking woman would be able to. Almost like finding a loophole. I don't know, this is weird, but I like it. And that's why we have all tied up down here. Because with all tied up, there's this energy again. It's like, it feels like an empty threat. And if we weren't, so there is an energy of like healthy detachment here. Like there's enough space here for us to see, to not fall into fear, basically. That's basically what it is. And it's like masculine energy would look at the face of it and would be afraid. Feminine energy would be like, hold up, wait. I smell lavender. That smell like that sheet I washed not too long ago. That ain't no ghost. That's your kid wearing a sheet with the eyes cut out. Like, oh my gosh. And then the emperor is like, no, it's not. It's a ghost. And then the thinking woman goes up and pulls the sheet off of the kid, and the kid goes boo. And then everybody laughs at then everybody laughs at the emperor. And then the emperor was like, "Oh, I was just playing along to entertain the child." It's like, okay, yeah, whatever. They really got you, but whatever. Um, but that's just all tied up in reverse. I feel like there's an attachment here that's broken. It feels like mental chains, maybe emotional programming, something like that. Something here is no longer in effect. And because it's no longer in effect, it gives us the opportunity to see something clearly. The Six of Swords in reverse could also be us gaining clarity in a situation. Again, linked to this thinking woman, knowing that we don't have to escape. Because typically, in a Six of Swords, we see people in a ferry or in a boat, in a canoe, and there's the person sort of like, there's the ferryman, and then there are people who are in the ferry. Six of Swords in reverse could be this energy of us becoming the ferryman, right? Instead of trusting the ferryman to navigate us because we've been freed. It's like when we were all tied up, it's something that we would never see because we were too programmed by the fear. And this all tied up is leading us to the Three of Swords. The only card that's not in reverse, apparently. But this is the root of the situation. Right? This is kind of sort of where we're starting. So if we're starting with the Three of Swords, with the three upside down cups, because in this deck it's three upright cups and two upside down cups. But in reverse, we got three cups that have spilled, which is the traditional meaning. Three cups spilled, two cups up. Not meaning, but the traditional imagery is typically three cups spilled, two cups upright. I have the affirmators. I forgot about the affirmators tarot. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. How did I completely forget I had that? Maybe I'll use that to clarify some of this, and I'll read the affirmation. I could have did that before. I don't know. I literally just thought of this deck for some reason. So maybe I'll clarify some of this with that. Oh wait, I need the book. I need the book. I might just pull these. 1 second. Oh, the Empress is at the cut. I think she's on the bottom of the deck. Yeah, Empress is on the bottom of the deck now. I told y'all we was calling in that Empress for some reason. I felt it. With the Ace of Wands. Ooh, that felt so good. These cards feel so good to shuffle, honestly. They just feel so good to shuffle. Eight of Swords and the Empress. Alright. Bottom of the deck is the Three of Wands. That's that magical unicorn giraffe. Oh my gosh, that's not a unicorn. It's literally just a giraffe. This whole time, I've thought every time I mention the Three of Wands, I'm like, it's that unicorn. It's been a giraffe this whole time. It's been a giraffe this whole time. Well, I finally see it. Hey, giraffes are magical too. So with the Three of Swords down here, this is it's nasty. It's honestly nasty. This is very vile because it feels like someone or an energy that's preying on your heartbreak. Again, it feels like there's just this double energy that's kind of sort of like running behind all of this. But we can entertain this energy because we've done this. in us accepting those things of ourselves, we rebalance the light and the shadow within us. So our shadow is less tempted by devil energy, right? Because sometimes, like, if we have a shadow that's left out in the cold, devil energy can kind of sort of come and make that shadow even bigger, or it could play off of the weaknesses of that shadow. But if our shadow is something that we've reclaimed, then it limits devil energy's ability to do that. And it reminds me of Queen Cup. I think it's just Queen Cup, or is it Queen Cup Tarot? Oh, I don't even know right now. It reminds me of Queen Cup. She did a downloads of a light worker video that was all about the shadow like a minute ago. And she was like, once you reclaim your shadow, then like devil energy doesn't have like all of the access that it has to it. Also, we're approaching the top of the month, which means that all of the monthlies will be coming out. Beginning of the month has become, yeah, it's just Queen Cup. It's just Queen Cup. I thought it was just Queen Cup. Downloads of a light worker, something about the shadow. And it's really true, right? And so it's like it's trying to play on our heartbreak. And maybe one of the things that we did in the past was we ran away. Things got a little hairy, things got rough, we got scared, we ran away. But now the challenge is to actually stand and fight, or to stand our ground and to build our foundation here. Come into this Emperor energy. And again, the Emperor knows when to listen, right? And I feel like a more healed Emperor energy isn't going to be like, oh, that's a woman and I'm not going to listen to a woman. What do women know? Blah, 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 blah. Like, really? As if, like, women aren't low-key smarter than dudes. But we ain't necessarily got to go all the way there today. Emperor energy knows how to listen. He knows how to seek wise counsel when he needs it, but he also knows how to take that information and make his own decision when he has to. Right? But he also values the input of others. And I think that's why this all tied up is in reverse. Because I think we've actually faced this, or we've had an opportunity to face this. I wouldn't be surprised if like the Hierophant was here. Or I guess the Hierophant would technically be here. Or if like contract is either here or here. And it reminds me of an experience I had. Maybe it wasn't necessarily intentional, even though it kind of sort of felt like it. But was it like, it was a few weeks ago now. And it's like, if it were a year ago, I probably would have deleted this channel. Honestly, I probably would have run away and I would have been like, oh my gosh, like blah, 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 blah. But like, I don't know, like my old fears and my old anxieties and my old worries, like I don't have those anymore. Like most of them at the very least, like I've been able to work through them. And so it's like you're not going to get the same reaction. And it's also an opportunity for us to really experience firsthand how much we've grown. But yeah, it feels like something here is trying to prey on this energy to get you to run away. But listen to your intuition, listen to your guides, right? Because the feminine can also sort of be that. It is the more intuitive, right? So the part of you that trusts your intuition, maybe that's what this, a trust in our intuition at the same time. And then we come down here to the Angel of Strength in reverse. Oh, that's interesting. Not every battle is worth fighting is what immediately came to my mind. And sometimes we actually prove that we're stronger when we don't have to constantly be in a space of proving ourselves, right? Like maybe kings have time for that, but I feel like emperors got like, that's the difference between having a whole empire and just having a kingdom, right? Maybe if we were only kings and queens, we'd have time to entertain every fool that approaches the court, But when you're an emperor or an empress, like you got a whole empire. It's like, you know what? Like, I don't know. I don't necessarily got to get too far into it. But like I said, it's like sometimes it takes more strength for us to not fight, or for us to not interact and not engage with the situation. And at the same time, we can prove to ourselves how much stronger we are when we're no longer operating at the root, right? Because this is kind of sort of like, this is the root, this is the ground level. Technically, this is below the ground level, right? And we're coming into this energy up here, and it kind of sort of feels like, well, for everybody, it's going to be different. But if you're already up here, like these situations down here are like, you would have to, it's almost like up here, you've done enough work that you can really feel when you are being more authentically yourself. And so for you to come down here and to like act like you all tied up in a situation and like really need to prove your strength in this, like I feel like that's not even part of our character anymore. It's like we would have to lower ourselves just to engage with that. And it's not about being like better than whatever, but I mean, like, excuse me, if like, I don't, it's just like it, I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, you can do whatever you want to do. But it's like emperors and empresses, like, it's like, who got time? And also, again, it's like it's proving how strong you are. And then it releases your dependence on spirit to handle things like this for you. And when you release your dependence on spirit to handle things like this for you, it just, it makes you harder to attack, I guess, or to not constantly be so susceptible to everything, right? Because it's like, again, it's like if devil energy approaches you and it tries to send you like running, and then you pray to your angels and your guardians and everything else to protect you, and you will, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's like that's one thing, but when you come to the point where you can stand your own ground and you can decide, you know what, like, yeah, like all this Three of Swords stuff, like I'm not even in that space anymore. And the Three of Swords doesn't necessarily have to be heartbreak. It just feels like this Three of Swords are these things that we compensate for, or what's the word, cope against triggers and traumas. That's this. And it's like we're not like in that space anymore, because we've gained strength within ourselves to stand, or that's something that we're in the process of doing. And then it's almost like, there isn't necessarily a limit on the resources, but it's like, you don't necessarily need spirit to do those things for you that you can do for yourself. And so maybe you get to do more fun things, right? Like not be so worried and concerned about all of this stuff. I don't know. The winds of change at your back is the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. Ooh, Queen of Pentacles in reverse. I'm with the Angel of Strength. So the Angel of Strength in reverse is sitting between the Queen of Pentacles in reverse and the Three of Swords. That's Capricorn energy. It's Cardinal Earth. It's more nurturing and caring. This, it feels like a recognition that we can't be everything for everybody, right? Initially, but I'm trying to think of what the Queen of Pentacles in reverse could be. Because I guess the Queen of Pentacles in reverse could be an energy that has more than enough to assist other people or to nurture or to give back. but she doesn't. But I'm honestly feeling it more as just like realizing and recognizing what situations are just not worth giving to. Especially coming off of the Three of Swords and this Angel of Strength in reverse, right? Because maybe it was our old, like one of our old definers was nurturer, provider, supporter, and it kind of sort of kept us giving to people in situations that didn't really deserve it. And like maybe we didn't want to cause, it reminds me of like the person who like doesn't want to be mean or doesn't want to be confrontational or doesn't want to be this or doesn't want to be that, so they give everything to anybody who asks for it, regardless of if they necessarily deserve it or not. And I feel like with this King of Pentacles energy sitting in the present moment or sitting in the space of the energy that we're in now, again, it's about realizing and recognizing that like you can't necessarily give to everybody, especially if they're not going to appreciate or use that resource as it's intended. Now, when you give something to somebody, you kind of sort of relinquish the ability to dictate what they do with it, right? Once it's in their hands, they can do whatever they want to do with it. They don't have to do what they said they were going to do with it, right? And so it is kind of sort of this energy of pulling back. And that's what's at like those that's the wind of change at your back, right? So the wind of change at our back can a lot of times be a lesson that we've learned recently, or a less like a tool that we have in our kit, in our toolbox, that will serve us moving forward. And it's not giving everything to everybody who asks for it. It's being wise, right? Because even if we have more than we need, it's to not be wasteful. And sometimes we can be wasteful by giving things to situations or individuals that we know are going to waste it. And then instead of being upset with them for wasting whatever, it's like, let's just get a little bit wiser. Let's practice some wisdom and some discernment and just not give to the situation in the first place. Or in the second place, or the third place, or the 15th place, or the 259,575,249th place. Right? And maybe that is like, it's going to start with like an internal strength to not be so willing to just give so much. And then that kind of sort of shifts things a little bit. A little bit, not too much, but that might be an old pattern that we fell into. And then this Three of Swords could be a little bit of just like feeling some type of way about having to say no, right? Even if we know that it's something that like we have to do, we still might not like doing it. And so it's like, man, I hate saying no to people, but I just know that either like I don't have the resources or the space right now, or like I'm not going to continue to just frivolously give up my time and energy, especially when there are things that I need to be building for myself. Because it does kind of sort of, there is almost this feeling of like everything coming in on this now moment. And that's not new or drastic or crazy or whatever. But again, there's this energy with the King of Pentacles and the Emperor of like building right here and like not moving on from it, not running away later on. But there's something about the space that we find ourselves in, especially when we also with these two, it's like we're detaching all of these negative connotations that people have attached to us. All of these, like, are the labels that it's just like we're not letting other people affect us and drive us so much anymore. And maybe with the Three of Swords down here, it is also a practice. Like it's self love is something that we do continuously, and so there may be a little bit where it's like, you're going to stick true to yourself even if it does hurt a little bit. And there may be times where it's like it's easier to sort of like not be as strong, but I feel like it's really going to serve us. And I feel like a lot of like, it's not that we don't have any angelic assistance, but it does kind of sort of feel like a lot of that energy it's kind of taking the back seat a little bit for us to come more into ourselves and more into our sovereignty, awareness, autonomy, and things like that. And then we're going to end this with financial constraints upright. Womp womp. Financial constraints upright, sitting in between the Queen of Pentacles in reverse and the Five of Cups in reverse. Now, we just saw both of these, didn't we? Or we've seen both of these recently. This was pile one. This is what was on the bottom last time. Excuse me. But with financial constraints, it feels like I don't want to say an excuse. Maybe it could be an excuse. Maybe it could be a motivator. Right? But financial constraints being at the intersection of the Five of Cups in reverse and the Queen of Pentacles being in reverse, it feels like there's this energy of us taking a pay cut. Right? Like there's something that used to like give us a lot of money, or we like really had stability with that, but it was the price was too high. Like the work environment was super toxic, the workload was super heavy, work life balance was terrible. It just wasn't something that we were enthusiastic or passionate about, right? But like there's this call for us to pursue something more closely tied with, I don't want to say our purpose, our essence, or the essence of who we are. There's this call to find work that is more meaningful or more impactful, or that like we're excited to do, right? And to find a way to turn that into something, I don't want to say lucrative, and I don't want to say a career, but to find a way to do that for a living. And they're like people who do all kinds of stuff, right? Some of them, a lot of them get paid for it. It was like, wait, like how do you even like become somebody like this? And like we actually, I remember when I found out at my university like how expensive some of the stuff was, and I'm like, it almost looks like absolutely no effort was put into this, and it was how much? That's not necessarily the case. Anyway, it does feel like financial constraints could be something that might sort of like cause us to not do the things that it is that we feel guided to do or that we feel led to do. But almost there's this need to trust that, spirit will take care of you. Or maybe instead of quitting full out, you like reduce your hours or something like that. You go like part time, so you can, like, if you're starting your own business, so you can get that started, right? But it's almost like, don't let like a fear of lack hold you back, and that's something that's a lot easier said than done, because you can't necessarily pay bills in high vibrations and positive vibes and good, and like, you can't pay bills in energy, right, necessarily. But in some ways you kind of sort of can. But there's like a currency exchange anyway. And maybe that's another reason, like, that maybe that is kind of sort of motivating this Queen of Pentacles in reverse type energy, right? At the same time, maybe like we just don't have it to give anymore. And maybe some people don't understand or don't believe that we don't have it to give anymore, and so it strains like some relationships, and then we find out that, hey, like, this is a person who only wanted me for my money, or only wanted me for the things that I provide physically and tangibly. Hey, this is somebody that doesn't actually care about me. They just use me for what they could get out of me, and as soon as that's gone, then they're gone. Or as soon as I need help, then nobody can help me. And again, we're living in interesting times, and so people may not necessarily have it, but there is something there about, like, and that is Capricorn, right? And that's kind of sort of what came up for Capricorn in these Monopoly cards for Libra season, question mark. So I'm gonna do one last one before we get some final messages. Might as well use the affirmators. As well, because why not? I already pulled them out. Yeah, Saturn going direct is like, it's a lot, because there's a lot of things that we could be learning. And like, we thought we were in a moment of testing before, and maybe we're not necessarily in a moment of testing anymore. It's just the time to put it all into action, right? Yeah, it's time to put it all into action. So all right, this is good. I'm feeling like I'm all like, I'm getting messaged out, which is nice. Now I can focus on what I need to do. I'm just like literally so excited. Hostilities at the bottom of the deck. Don't know why. I'm just like so excited to move on with my life. And like so excited and ready to like pour into things that mean something, or that will pay out, or I don't know. I'm excited to do stuff. And I need to be as excited for this work, because the work has to happen before I do everything else. But again, I don't know. I should call my Libra buddy. His birthday is actually coming up. Pluto goes direct on his birthday. Yep. The Fool and the Ace of Cups. Ooh. Okay, so I'm not going to look at the bottom of that deck. I want to start with some of these. Lemon. Happy Saturn direct. I don't think I said it earlier. We're going to be in Saturn's pre-retrograde shadow until like 1 degree Capricorn, I think. So that's like well into December, into Sagittarius season. Ooh, the Hanged One and the High Priestess. Oh, that's interesting. When you know before it happens, is that the World card? It is. The Hanged One in the World. 1221. I've been seeing 1221 a lot lately. Also 1133, just like, that's the new number. I see 1133 all the time. I'm just like, why? And I looked it up one day. whenever a message is about like, oh, abundance is coming or oh, money is coming, I'm just like, really, like, I was like, ooh, a spiritual awakening, like, something like that. It's like, I'm like, money, and it's not that I don't want money, but I'm just like, okay, well, I will appreciate the abundance because that is part of what I'm manifesting, some financial stability and the ability to like travel and do things like that. I mean, obviously, probably not now, but maybe I should get more excited for money and abundance. I'm just like, I don't know. Like, if all something has to offer me is money, that's not enough for me. What's my second house? Gemini? Yeah, because my first house is Taurus. I'm like, things fade. Give me something experiential. My eighth house is Sagittarius, That's where my north node is. I don't know. Okay. How do I want to do this? Strength is at the bottom of the deck. I want work, sis. Yes. The world. Ooh. I like that. The world card at the bottom of the deck. Oh, wow. This is a lot. This is a lot. Okay. That's what we're gonna do. And I'm not timestamping anything after the overall messages. I'm just playing. I'll probably timestamp these again. And I want to get one energy oracle card. And then I'll clarify with the kawaii if I need it. Also, I think I want to pick my Japanese back up. I don't know how to say again, but like, Nihongo ga benkyou shitai. Yo. プルー大学で3年ぐらい日本語の授業が取りました。そして今、上手になりたいからもう勉強したい。I'm pretty sure mo is not the word I want. I don't know. Okay, let's get into this. I think the number 11 just popped into my mind in Russian. Ajinadzat? Is that 11? Decent. Ajinadzat? What is that? I'm gonna have to see. I think it's 11. I'll just ask Siri. Hey Siri, how do you say 11 in Russian?
In Russian, 11 is 11.
Okay, he said that real quick.
11.
Yeah, Ajinadzat. But he was like Ajinadzat.
11.
Yeah. The number 11 popped into my mind in Russian. Okay. Bottom of the deck is the Magician in the Mirror. So I don't know what that's about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and decent. Okay, so one card, please, for number 1. I'm experimenting with the way that I shuffle. Hey, I wanted it upside down. The Angel of Balance came out with the woman holding a heart at the bottom of the deck, but we're not going to take it because we're only taking cards that come out face down like this one. Thank you. And then for the second pile, ooh. Oh, goodness. Fine. That's a whole bunch. And then for the third pile, Thank you. Well, pile 2's getting all of the cards. Bottom of this deck is the Magician in the Mirror, a Genedzut. So, let's get into this. I'm going to have to go to the bathroom pretty soon. Let's hope that I can hold out. We'll do another pile 1, another pile 2, another pile 3. My dreams have been so interesting lately. And there's this theme that's running throughout my dreams, and it makes me very excited. Very excited. And it's always the dreams that I like are not even that long. Because I keep waking up. And also, sleep paralysis is a thing that's being featured fairly heavily over here. And I'm getting to the point where it's like it'll happen in dreams or whatever. Or I'll be dreaming. I feel like I'm always dreaming when it happens. Because I was experiencing it a few nights ago, maybe a week ago. And I opened my eyes. Well, no, first I was just laying there and I couldn't move. But then I had a dream, and I had sleep paralysis in the dream, and I opened my eyes, and my door was open. And I was like, oh, I don't remember leaving my door open, but I guess I left my door open. And then when I saw my door open, I was like, oh gosh, I hope the dog doesn't come in here when I'm trying to sleep. And then he came in here. But it was a dream. And I'll wake up in my room a lot in dreams. But sometimes there'll be something off, so I'll know that I'm dreaming. Anyway, sleep paralysis has been happening in dreams lately, but if I'm dreaming, like, I've been forcing myself to get up. So, anyway, I don't know. That was a little pointless side note. Nothing is pointless. There's something for everything, so. Oh, snap. 2:17:05. It's officially past the 2-hour mark. Let's get right into this. So, we got, the Queen of Swords. When did I feel her energy? I felt the Queen of Swords. Was I talking about the Thinking Woman? The Thinking Woman had the Queen of Swords and the Queen of Cups, but also for pile number 3, there was a Queen of Swords energy that I attributed to the Two of Swords. So the Queen of Swords, look at her in her suit. And what I love about the Queen of Swords in this deck is her suit is green. You know, usually we see the Queen of Swords and she a little icy, and she do got her light blue on. She got her little, is that a caftan? I don't think it's a caftan. Camisole? It might be a camisole. I don't know the word for like an undershirt. Is it a camisole? I don't know nothing. Hey Siri, define camisole.
Camisole means a woman's loose-fitting undergarment for the upper body, typically held up by shoulder straps and having decorative trimming.
Yeah, camisole. Okay. Her camisole is light blue though, so you don't get it twisted. And it looked like she got some light blue pearls on, which I'm loving. But I love that her suit is green. Like, you know, it's that heart space energy. Right? Look at how, and that's that that's that light blue camisole that she wearing underneath to let you know, like, you know, this ain't your standard run-of-the-mill Queen of Swords energy, but she can be a little icy if she gotta be. She ain't gonna be taken advantage of. She's just not. Right? Minor justice energy. But she's not holding the scales. But she holding that sword up just like justice do. And I remember someone saying, like, imagine how heavy a sword that or we're getting to the point where I stutter now, apparently. Imagine how heavy a sword of that make and size would be, and she's holding it so effortlessly because the sword of the truth is light. The truth is light. It weighs nothing, right? So we're in this space where we're connected to our heart. We wear our heart. We adorn ourselves in it, but we don't. We're just like more fully in that energy. And we live in a way that is light because we live in a way that is true. Now, what's sort of crossing this energy is the Queen of Cups, which is interesting. Because I literally just said with a thinking woman that was the Queen of Swords and the Queen of Cups energy. Well, here are these two queens right now. So, oh my gosh, why is this me? September is almost over. The energy of the Queen of Swords or the Queen of Cups is over for me. I was in her energy. It was fine. Now, personally for me, what ended up happening this month is I got super, super watery. Like in the middle of the month. And I was in this space. And it put me in a space that was like almost Queen of Pentacles in reverse. Almost. But it was like I was feeling some type of way about not really being able to physically or to more apparently, more tangibly help or protect the people that I love and care about. But I had to, like, as the month went by, I came into the space of just really accepting that we're all our own individual people, especially if we're adults and we can make our own choices. And to honor the choices that other people make. And like, I'm not going to lose sleep over people who make the choices that they make. Because that's not fair to me and it's not fair to them. Like, I should honor their choices, right? Like, if that's what you choose, then that's your choice. And it doesn't necessarily take away from the love, but it helps to contextualize it to the point where we're not, or I wasn't overburdening myself with things that I have no control over or no responsibility for. Right? And what's interesting though is like this Queen of Cups got a cup full of water under the water. So like, is she just holding a cup? Or is there anything in it? But some liquids are denser than other liquids. And so if there is a denser liquid, you would be able to contain it in a cup even if you're under the water. Right? If it's less dense than water, then it'll float on top of the water. If it's an oil, then it's immiscible in water and it's not going to mix. Right? And it also gives me immersions. And an immersion is typically water in oil or oil in water, but it's when you have like these really fine droplets of one and the other. Because again, water and oil don't mix. And so like sometimes you'll get an immersion in a lotion. And so let's say that like there's these like, let's say coconut oil for whatever reason, but it's immersed in a more like liquid sort of medium. And so you'll get like these little droplets of coconut oil amongst the more aqueous or the more watery part, and then like you rub it in, and or you can have like oil and water. But if you have oil in if you have water in oil, it's I also took dosage forms 1 and 2, which is a class that pharmacists take because I'm a pharmaceutical process concentration. My concentration is pharmaceutical process engineering. So when you do an oil and water immersion, no, water in oil, which means you have droplets of water in oil solution, basically. Those are harder to administer as medicines because putting oil directly into the bloodstream is not great. And so those are ones that you have to probably administer a lot slower. It was a minute ago, and I wasn't actually in pharmacy, so those are the only 2 classes I took. So I could be wrong. Those could be the ones that I'm pretty sure you don't want to inject them really fast. I think you want to do it slower because you don't want to shock the body by having a bunch of oil in it, right? Because like blood is it's aqueous, it's water based. Everything like glucose, it's dissolved in the water in the blood, your blood sugar, right? There's a whole bunch of salts and sugars and minerals and other things dissolved in the water, and when you introduce oil there, it creates this separation. Now, I guess that could be these two queens, right? And this would be a water in oil immersion because it's primarily air, which would be the oil, with water sort of interjected into it. And so, based off of that and everything I was just saying, I don't know why I just try to get so scientific sometimes, but hey, it's like something that needs to be slowly administered. This is a space of needing to take your time and to slowly adjust to a situation. And again, it isn't necessarily because our heart is closed off and because we're like a Queen of Swords in reverse type of energy because we're bitter. But there's just an understanding that, like, it almost goes back to patience in that Ace of Pentacles, that a slow approach would work better here in whatever the situation is, to keep things balanced and to keep things fair, right? She's a minor justice energy, but again, she doesn't have any scales. And so she doesn't have a scale. All she has is her cup. And it feels like a situation that we just can't pour our all into, at least not all at once, because it would do more damage to the system than good, even if it is medicinal, even if it is healing. And again, like I said, like we can't necessarily make we can't make decisions for other people. We can't do anyone else's healing. We can't, like, there are certain things that we need to do for ourselves. And so with this Queen of Swords, I feel like there's also an energy of, like, even if you do care for someone, again, it's to not overstep those boundaries. And I feel like with that Queen of Cups, it's like not only do we have the intellect and the suite of experiences that lead to this knowledge and knowing and awareness, but we also have our intuition. And at some points, they may sort of contradict each other, but they don't necessarily have to, or that isn't necessarily the case. And that's when, she does have that light blue camisole. So she got to be a little extra icy up front before she can thaw that part out. And that's what she has to do. It is almost, it's not proving, but it's a need to take something slowly because it could disrupt the system. And we're injecting this in a space that's primarily water. And so that's why we got to go slow. And then you may say, like, oh, well, why would you do that? Like, why wouldn't you just put water and water and oil and oil? And it's because sometimes it's like it makes it easier to kind of sort of like microdose some things. Like if you know how big the droplets are, or the size of the droplets in the immersion are, then it also kind of sort of makes it easier to deliver things to certain areas. I forget all the reasons why, but it's like it keeps that where it is, right? Let's say I don't need to go all the way into it. It keeps things in place in this larger sort of thing. And again, like that's one of the only ways to separate out two liquids if you're in a liquid system. Otherwise, everything would mix as soon as you put it in there. But with the immersion, it's like it gets to mix in more slowly over time, not all at once. It's over time. Excuse me. Oh my gosh, you can't make it up. A Genedzut? That was when 11:47. Here's an 11. The Thinking Woman. Literally the Thinking Woman. When I was just talking about how the Queen of Swords and the Queen of Cups was the Thinking Woman, here's the confirmation. The Thinking Woman. And let's read her. Let's read her in the book. Because why not? Why the freak not? If I can find my phone, here it is. I was like, I literally just had this thing. I love that. I love that. I love that. And it's an 11. I'm like, why did 11 just pop into my mind in Russian? A Genedzit? Devianadzit? I think Devianadzit is 20? Or is that 12? A Genedzit. Devianadzit? It might be. Hey Siri, how do you say 20 in Russian?
In Russian, 20 is 20.
20. Yeah, so Devianadzit is 12. Hey Siri, how do you say 12 in Russian?
In Russian, 12 is 12.
Yeah, okay. 20 is 20, Devianadzit is 12. So, I should have known Devianadzit. Or, yeah, because a Genedzit, Devianadzit, 12. Don't ask me anything beyond that, because I don't know. Energy Oracle cards, where y'all at? Here we go. Okay. It's on my phone, so I get to flip the colors and like zoom in if I need to. It's super nice. 47, I was already on 42. 47, the thinking woman, female of wisdom or understanding. Also understanding. I didn't even think about understanding. This card shows a woman holding a book, standing before a staircase, ready to lead you to higher understanding. This woman could be a friend who helps you express and understand your feelings, or she could be a teacher brought to your life at this time to take you in a new direction. This could also be a new love interest with a woman who is thoughtful, conscious, and aware. Or, like the thinking man, the card could represent a side of yourself that's ready to blossom and bring clarity and assistance to the world. If so, find your voice and let your wisdom shine. The affirmation here is, I open my mind and heart to my own inner wisdom. I am thoughtful, focused, and clear. Now that sounds like Queen of Swords, Queen of Cups to me. Not to say that the Queen of Wands and the Queen of Pentacles don't have anything to offer when it comes to wisdom, because they do. But I mean, hey, they came out here, so maybe it is about. Honestly, for me, this was a challenge as well. Coming into a Queen of Swords, or well, it kind of sort of is what it is. I'm supposed to be an Empress by November, okay? And the Queen of Cups was my energy this month. And it was so interesting because I remember when I came, it was like June when I was coming more into my voice, and I pulled some cards for myself after one of the things one day, or before one of the things one day, I don't remember. And the Queen of Swords came out as the blockage. I was like, oh, like I don't want to be so Queen of Swords. Like I miss being a Queen of Cups. But then, honestly, like I said a few days ago, it was like I feel like I can either be like Queen of Swords, Queen of Wands, and try to like help people with my words, or help them see a different perspective so they can begin to help themselves. Or I could be Queen of Cups, Queen of Pentacles, where I don't really help, I just listen. And sometimes we need support and we need somebody to listen more than we need somebody to problem solve. Because I've also been on the receiving end of a Libra who I love very dearly. He's one of my closest friends. But I did in those moments feel like he was more trying to problem solve than he was like trying to listen. And at that moment, I kind of just sort of needed somebody to listen. Um, and personally, I feel like I have become more Libran, if that's Libra. Not necessarily. I have come into a space where I am like quicker to problem solve something than I am to listen, but I do still try to listen. But for me, it was really tough to try to sort of reconcile and hold both of those energies, right? Someone who is kind and compassionate and caring and there to listen and be a shoulder of support, but also someone who's there to like be like, hey, like, you know, do XYZ and then you'll ABC your way out of 1, 2, 3, and then you'll 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 your way to where you want to be. And I think that's another thing about administering things slowly over time. There's a need for balance in between these two to make a more complete thinking woman, because understanding is also something that she offers. So I don't know. It just feels like, oh, I said I would pull these to clarify. So what are we doing with this energy? Because right now it just sounds like, this is who we are. This is who I am. Two of Swords and the Ten of Cups at the cup. That's interesting. Maybe that's why. We don't want to be too oily or too watery in the space of this water. We want it cup by cup. Oh, Judgment. Okay. Judgment in the World. 21 and 20 or 2021. Judgment in the World actually came out together in the video I watched earlier. Interestingly enough. 2021. Judgment in the World. So maybe that's what this is about. Bottom of the deck is the Tower. The Magician in the Mirror. Oh, the World card is right here. The World is at the bottom of the deck. So pile number 1 gets double confirmation on the World card. It's announcing the ending of cycles. That's Judgment in the World. Or something that announces or precedes the closing of a chapter. This is the energy of a climax? Is it the denouement? I think the denouement is like is the denouement like building up to the climax, or is the denouement after the climax? Let's see if Siri will define that for us. I love Siri, if you can't tell. Hey Siri, define denouement.
Denouement means the final part of a play, movie, or narrative in which the strands of the plot are drawn together and matters are explained or resolved.
So yeah, the climax of a chain of events, usually when something is decided, or I lost the rest. So the denouement is the climax. And that's the part that we're reaching. We're reaching the climax of a lot of things. Things are beginning to make sense. That's the Queen of Swords, Queen of Cups. Things are beginning to make sense. I feel like there's this intersection between intuition and awareness. Do I want to put these back in the deck, or do I want to keep them out? I think I want to put them back. I'll keep them out. I'll keep them out. I'll keep them out. It's a time of integrating both and seeing the value in both. This is forming a connection and a bond with spirit that it's an open line of communication. It's always there. And it comes in almost from the space of the higher heart. The Queen of Swords and the Queen of Cups is almost the higher heart energy, especially when the Queen of Swords is clad in the color of green. And the higher heart, it's like from my perspective, the higher heart is an energy that could love someone but not enable them. It's an energy that could love someone but still move on from them. And it doesn't need to lose any of that love to do it. It's also spaces of more unconditional love, but just because we love something or someone unconditionally does not necessarily mean that we allow ourselves to be taken advantage of it, or to be taken advantage by it, to be taken advantage of by it. Right? Again, it's almost that space of just being like, we all have our own paths, and if this is the one that you choose, I still have love for you, but it does not resonate with me. This is something that I can't go down the line of with you. But again, I feel like a lot of times when we walk away from situations or people, it's like things have to go sour in order for us to do that. And with the higher heart, it doesn't necessarily have to do that. It doesn't necessarily have to be that. But also, I feel like it's also a heightened intuition as well. And again, with the denouement, is like things are beginning to make sense, right? With the Queen of Cups being the minor high priestess, it's almost like sometimes we know certain things, but without a real context for it, it's almost like difficult to do something with that information. Or we don't know how to properly apply that information. But with the energy of the Queen of Swords coming in, who isn't necessarily acting from those trauma spaces, it's like it gives us the wisdom to apply the information or our intuition in a way that's a little bit more high priestess. Because it's like it almost completes a part of that puzzle. I don't know, it's weird. But things are about to begin making sense. And our trust is about to go up, and our ability to do things is about to go up as well. Right? 2 out of 4 of the energies needed to be an Empress. Maybe the 2 for the High Priestess? Maybe, potentially. I don't know. Let's move on to number 3, because number 2 got 4 cards, and I'm probably already going to be on here for like, oh, it's 12-12. Y'all see that? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't think y'all can see that. Oh, well. Oh, actually, it was 12-13. Because it just turned 12-14. That's why y'all couldn't see it. But hey, I said 12-12. I can open up little windows of opportunity. It's actually kind of sort of one of my gifts, believe it or not. It's to open up opportunity. And I think it might have something to do with I don't know. I take everything with a grain of salt, personally, as well. But I think I do kind of sort of have an ability to sometimes... Is that what this is? Oh! Oh, snap, I didn't know that. Cool. It also, like, to bring things into alignment and to bring things into balance. And maybe it's part of my, like, I don't know, Jupiter and Libra or whatever. I'm doing a timestamp. But I feel like sometimes I can be fairly decent at seeing the energy that somebody is in, knowing where they want to go, and kind of sort of like seeing what needs to happen to bridge those gaps. And sometimes energetically, like, I feel like I have this energy that can either like put things into place, or it could like, it's like this like a storm. And sometimes it's like a twister. And sometimes the twister will like, it'll be like in reverse and it'll like put everything back together. Sometimes it's not in reverse and it, like, things will just start flying all over the place. Now, typically things are flying all over the place in my own personal life, and for those around me, it just kind of sort of, it puts things into place. But I feel like now that I'm coming more into self-love and coming into a space where I can do things for myself without it being completely selfish and self-serving, that it can begin to work for me as well. And that's one of the things that I'm also learning right now. I don't know. I'm weird, but I do kind of sort of have that ability to just like let things flow in certain spaces. Maybe have something to do with connectivity. Who knows? 2:42:52. Pile 3-2. I did not expect to spend like half an hour on pile 1 off of just 2 cards, but you know, we'll see what happens with you guys. Number 3. Ooh, we're starting with the Page of Wands. Now, the Page of Wands is looking real Jiminy Cricket. Looking real Jiminy Cricket. I just saw something about Pinocchio. I think it was like, I didn't actually watch it. But Jiminy Cricket was Pinocchio's conscience. But this is the Page of Wands. This is interesting. Well, the Page of Wands is about, in my little world, the Page of Wands comes after the Ten of Wands. So the Ten of Wands is all about sort of understanding what is our burden and what is not our burden. It's also about, almost in the Five of Wands type of way, it's about us doing what we want to do and need to do for ourselves, and not necessarily caring so much what everybody else has to say about it or what everyone else wants us to do. So when we numerologically reduce that 10 back to a 1 and we begin to learn to work that energy, we come into the page, right? And then we like knight, king, queen, or knight, king, or queen, right? But we're starting at the page coming right out of the Ten of Wands, which is pretty cool. This is it's the energy of us, not necessarily giving too many Fs, right? We're running out of spare Fs to give to people in situations that don't. Where do these little random hairs come from? That don't really serve us. But with this Jiminy Cricket energy here, it is about not necessarily being completely self-serving. It is about still. This might all be the same thing. These may not even be different, honestly. Because then this would be the Page of Wands before we come into the Queen of Wands, maybe. But it is this energy of like, we are doing things for ourselves, but we're not necessarily being selfish, right? We're not overly concerned with what other people have to think, but we do care about like our footprint in the world and how we go about the things that we're getting, right? Let's just get right into seeing what crosses this. It's the Eight of Wands. What is this? Is this a ribbon? I think this is a ribbon. It's a rope. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. So there's a lasso. This unicorn has lassoed all 8 of these ropes. There is almost an energy of the truth will set you free. The lasso is a little bit golden, and y'all know Wonder Woman's lasso of truth or whatever. There's some stars down here. There are 2 stars down here that are smaller, not really featured at all. 3 stars, actually. 1, 2, 3. It reminds me, maybe it was a Garnier Fructis commercial. It was like 1, 2, 3. Oh, come on and sing with me now. Do, 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 do. It also reminds me, there's this one, I think it was a Garnier commercial back in the day with this girl who had like washed her hair and it was extra silky and flowy and she was like whipping it around and like she ended up spraining her neck because she was doing a little bit too much, and that like I feel like that's stuff that I would do all the time, right? Just a little too extra to the point where we end up hurting ourselves. So it's good to feel good, but But yeah, we have this unicorn that's lassoed these 8 ropes. Lassoed these 8 wands. Sorry. And it's blocking it. I feel like the easiest thing to go with would be like, to not get burned out on something. The Page of Wands has a lot of passion, has a lot of fire, maybe not necessarily longevity, right? Like a Page of Wands experience might last like 5 seconds. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, okay, yeah, all right. So that's a little inside joke for me. That's really funny. Um, but anyway, there's this feeling of like not burning out too quickly, but also a need to be upfront with our motives and with our intentions, right? And maybe that's why Jiminy Cricket is here, right? It's like to be upfront and also to like, kind of sort of give a F about how we go about getting the things that we want. And I just feel like the energy of selfishness is it's like so passe, you know what I mean? Like that's so like pre 2020, like that's so age of Pisces as people like to say or whatever. But it's about being more than just self serving. And it's almost also about really grounding our passions. And because all of these wands are like, they're all lassoed up. Now, usually the Eight of Wands is a card of like swift action and communication and stuff like that, but it's all tied up. Maybe it'll be truthful, right? Because the Golden Lasso, Wonder Woman is pretty much steeped in mythology, right? Themyscira, is that the name of the island? And then we have a unicorn, which is also kind of sort of mythological. Could be something that maybe there's a change in something that's like it's too good to be true. But little Jiminy is here right now, so it could actually be the truth. Also, this is a Nine of Wands. The Nine of Wands, depending on the deck, it could be a wounded warrior or it could be someone who's just sort of like defending their post. And I feel like I just talked about the Ten of Wands, but maybe I didn't. Yeah, I did, because I was talking about how the 10 numerologically reduces down to the 1. Okay. And so for the Page of Wands to be here, there's almost also this energy of like not being so quick to get yourself tied up in another situation at the same time. Which kind of sort of calls back to this energy of moderation. And there's a need to really ground this fire. Because we don't want it to burn out. I don't know, this is weird. We probably gonna have to clarify this one. Oh, look. Well, okay, yeah, because the Angel of Balance came out, which is number 48, which is a 12. Hey, 12! Oh my gosh. Here's the 47. Here's the 48. That was the Agenadzut, Devianatzit, 12. So apparently the next number comes to me in Russian. This might be 20. Who knows? Number 20 is Envy. I think I just saw it. 20 was Envy. Hopefully it's not Envy. If pile 2, well, there are like 4 cards in here, so it could be one of those in there. If Envy comes out for pile 2, I'm not reading it. I'm just throwing the whole pile away. I'm just playing, kind of. I don't know. I'll decide when I get there if it happens. So let's see. Come through, Russian. Yes, Devianatzit. 20 is 20. Devianatzit. Agenadzut. Where's my books? Hello? Here they are. Okay. So let's read this one, shall we? So yeah, with the Angel of Balance, I feel like it is about sort of stabilizing this passion and not going so hard so quick. About reining it in a little bit, right? Jiminy's there until we kind of sort of mature to the point where he doesn't need to be. By the end of the movie, I don't know what happens to Jiminy Cricket, but you know, crickets don't necessarily live that long, so Pinocchio ain't gonna necessarily have a Jiminy all his life. So at some point, Pinocchio is gonna have to learn to listen to his own sort of internal compass, his own internal guidance, and not just be so quick to just run off and do all the things that he wants to do. Right? Be a little dopey, end up on looking like a donkey in the heart of the lion. The lion in the heart of the whale, like Jonah. Jonah ended up in the belly of the whale because he didn't go where he was told to go, or something like that. I can't remember. But he was told to do something and he didn't listen, and he ended up in the belly of a whale, I think. Angel of Balance, being centered and self honoring in your choices. This loving presence holds a pitcher of liquid light in front of the pyramids, reminding you that a strong destiny relies on a solid foundation of personal balance and emotional equanimity. Although things may have been out of sync in the past, this card is telling you that a greater equilibrium is now coming to your life. Remain conscious about how you are balancing your goals and your physical and emotional energy as well. Whenever you feel yourself getting off center or losing focus, call upon this beautiful angel and bring her intention into your heart center. Your intuition will lead you in the right direction, and the angel will guide you to a peaceful and centered approach. The affirmation here is, I live a balanced and centered life. As I care for myself, the universe cares for me also. So yeah, listening to your intuition, listening to your little Jiminy Cricket, right? Even though Jiminy Cricket is the conscience, but that could also be our intuition, right? Especially if it's like, hey, like something about this isn't right, or hey, maybe I shouldn't do this. Like, hey, like maybe this is something that people who are not that great do, and I don't want to be someone who's not that great. I kind of want to be great a little bit, you know what I mean? So maybe I should think twice about just furthering my own agenda and just like taking advantage of whoever for whatever reason. Um, yeah, also, this isn't necessarily matured. And I'm not necessarily the first person to be like, oh, pages are bad. Um, but with the Eight of Wands, maybe also with the Ten of Wands, with us unburdening ourselves, it is like it's a brand new fire. And we don't want to burn too hot too quickly because then we'll burn out, right? It's like we almost don't want to burn hotter than we can refuel the fire or the coals. Because if the fire goes out completely, it doesn't matter how many sticks you throw on top of it if it ain't like right. Also, it's just this space of like really, it's just like freedom. Reminds me very much like a person with helicopter parents goes to college for the first time and they just go completely buck wild. Like, yeah, woo, no rules, no parents. Very Jimmy Neutron the movie when they wake up and all of their parents are gone. And you telling me like every single parent in this town decided to just leave on the same day at the same time and ain't leave no food for their kids or nothing. And then Jimmy had to rewatch the thing and he was like, wait, why would she say, see you in the morning, if she wasn't going to be here in the morning? Now, maybe that was an elaborate ruse, but I don't think so. Right? And then they got like abducted by aliens or something like that. Not to say, why are these not wanting to shuffle? Not to say that anyone's been abducted by aliens, but okay. Like, are we not shuffling anymore? But there is a need to, I don't know, maybe not necessarily go too crazy. Maybe we got a little bit of freedom in the past and we went a little crazy, and then it's like there are these things that we're trying to like round up, right? We got a little bit of freedom. We went out, maybe we was spreading the royal seed or whatever, and now it's like there's a little bit of a mess that we kind of sort of got to reel it in. Um, and the angel of balance may be sort of teaching us that, hey, like that was fun, that was desirable, sure, like that's, you know, we got our back scratched a lot and we scratched some other backs, but maybe we want to just buy like a dedicated back scratcher and not necessarily just be like, because you don't like, you know, if somebody got something under their nails because they ain't been like clean in a minute and like they scratching your back, and then so they're like, there's this energy of like micro abrasions, and then in those micro abrasions we're putting something right into it, and then it's like, ooh, then you wake up with a rash on your back. Maybe somebody got a rash from some Page of Wands activity. Maybe somebody don't got a rash. You know, there's ointments and creams and cures for a lot of those rashes, but some of them rashes don't go away. Um, Strength is at the bottom of the deck, so yeah, maybe be a little bit more, you know, self-contained, self-controlled. As soon as I say that, Miley Cyrus Can't Be Tamed popped into my mind. Can't be tamed. So, Eight of Pentacles and the Queen of Pentacles. Eight of Pentacles in reverse with the Queen of Pentacles upright. This is an interesting energy. I kind of want to pull one more. Well, there's another eight. So we have the Eight of Pentacles here. That's the limitation. Okay, yeah. So this kind of sort of is that energy of like a helicopter parent. This is the energy of, with the Queen of Pentacles. It's like, you know, we always have it together. We want to let loose a little bit. We want to be free. We want to be wild. We can't be tamed. And I feel like that's a whole bunch of cards, more than I necessarily wanted. Oh, now the Ten of Wands is at the bottom of the deck. But we already know how to alchemize this 10 down to an ace, because we did it with the page. We might have to, maybe that's why we're lassoing up all of these extra wands. Maybe tying up loose ends. So if this is the climax over here, this feels like an energy where we're coming down off of a climax. It's that post-coital clarity. Where you're like, well, maybe I should have checked that person's nails because they scratched me. And I think some of that might have gotten in there a little bit, and I'm not trying to get infected. Not that, once it happens, then hey, it happens, and there's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, why not take some precautions? Also, if that's not your thing, then it's not your thing. I don't judge. Um, I would always encourage my friends to go out and live their best lives. I was like, if you're looking for somebody to tell you not to do this, you've come to the wrong person. Because I'm not going to tell you to go out. I'm not going to tell you to not go out there and have fun and explore. Even though I may not necessarily do that for myself because I know who I am as a person and what doesn't work for me. Anyway, it isn't necessarily even all about that. Coming back into the Queen of Pentacles upright with the Eight of Pentacles in reverse, it almost does sort of feel like we've completely, like we were working for something, towards something, like too straight laced all the time, and we kind of sort of just threw it all away for a moment of spontaneity and fun. And it's that morning after, that like regret that kind of sort of seeps in. We have the Moon card here, Piscean energy. This is Virgo energy, Capricorn energy. Oops. With the Ace of Swords in reverse, and then the Queen of Wands upright. So yeah, with the Moon and the Ace of Swords in reverse, this is definitely energy of post-coital clarity. After you do it, it's like, this is like, not impaired judgment, but motivated to make a certain choice and decision after everything sort of comes back to center. Ace of Swords in reverse, we're like, oh, probably shouldn't have done that. And what it leads us to is the energy of the Queen of Wands. That's how the Pages and Knights of Wands mature. Or that's at least how that energy matures. So now we have the Queen of Wands with the Queen of Pentacles. Queen of Swords, Queen of Cups, Queen of Wands, Queen of Pentacles. This completes the Empress energy over here. Come through, Queens. What is going on? And then that's what leads us to the Angel of Balance, being more self-honoring in our choices. And it's not about not having fun. It's just about being self-honoring. Maybe it's about being a little bit more responsible. Maybe it's about getting tested a little bit more frequently. Maybe it's about using protection. Or if you're not going to use protection, at least get tested, right? Also, with the Eight of Pentacles in reverse, Ace of Swords in reverse with the Moon upright, we might want to look at why it is that we continue to make these choices and decisions. Now, for some people, there are certain lifestyles that are for them and other lifestyles that aren't for them. And that just is what it is. But at least, like, we can sit down with ourselves and we can be like, okay, that's what it is for me. Right? But there is a need to kind of sort of hone in the fire here. And with the Eight of Pentacles, like, we don't necessarily want to suffocate the fire, but the Queen of Pentacles is like the fire pit. It's like a hearth. It's something that allows the fire to be what it is, but also keeps it contained so it doesn't, like start a wildfire. And I feel like there is a need to be like really truthful. Again, with that lasso of truth, there's a need to be really truthful with oneself and to maybe dispel some of the myths that we have related to who we are, right? And again, that could go either way. Some people are like, monogamy is not for me. That's just not how I'm wired. And if that's your truth, then go out there and live your life, but also be honest with the people who you're involved with, right? And some people are like, monogamy is for me. I want like one person and I want to build with that person. And if that's your truth, then like be honest, right? Don't necessarily just fall into the, this is what the stereotypical societal norm is right now, so I'm just going to do that. But it feels like either way, there was a chance to rebel and to then discover. And I'm not perfect. I'm very not perfect. And last year, in fact, if I'm being real honest, I had a series of experiences. And I'm like, I was never fulfilled at all. And I'm like, why do I keep doing this? Like, I already know that this isn't great. I feel like every time I kind of sort of hope or think that I might get something more out of it than I did the last time. That was never the case. And I knew that that would be the case. And like sometimes, it is that page of wands moment. Sometimes it is an eight of wands moment where you're like, hey, if it's available, then why not? Excuse me. Hello. But I did have a moment, and I was in my meditation class at the same time. And I felt red, low key, because one day I went into meditation class and um, I was doing the thing, and then I think like my root chakra was something wonky was going on in the root chakra. And then the blockage moved up and manifested or showed itself also in the solar plexus. I think that's how it worked. Excuse me. And so the teacher, the instructor, the guide, he was like, "Oh, Patrick, like, what's up with you this week?" And I was like, "Oh, well, like, this and that is going on." He was like, "Okay, that's the root, and then that's your solar plexus. So it sounds like you're doing something, or you're engaged in some kind of activity that, like, basically in one way or another, it pulls on your life force. Not necessarily all that, but it's like it's an opportunity, it's an activity that doesn't feed into what sustains you. It actually does the opposite. So it's pulling from you and it's not really giving anything back." And I was like, ooh, I low key felt red. And maybe there were only like two or three, at the most four other people in the room. My buddy wasn't there that week, so luckily he ain't like asked me no questions because he wasn't there that week to be like, "Oh Pat, oh snap!" Like, I felt red though. I felt red, like, girl. I mean, it was true though. But one thing that I learned is that like, or one thing that was reinforced was that like, we're not going into shame, we're not going into blame. So I'm not gonna feel ashamed, I'm not gonna blame myself, but I am gonna get real honest. Like, why do I keep doing this? Does this like, is this me thinking that I'm like only worth this, or is this me thinking that I'm not worth this? Or whatever. And it is kind of sort of an opportunity to come into this queen of wands, queen of pentacles energy, where it's like, that doesn't necessarily say anything negative about me, but with the foundation that I'm trying to build for myself and what I'm going for, and just to be like completely unsatisfied every single time, like, why am I continuing to do this? Like, at least if it was good or enjoyable or fun, there would be a reason, but like there was literally no reason. Anyway, it ain't necessarily about blaming yourself. It ain't necessarily about shaming yourself. It's about making self-honoring choices, and whatever that means for you. So that was pile number 3. That was real interesting. That doesn't necessarily have to be like, that could be anything. Right? Maybe you have a spending problem. Maybe you have a substance abuse problem. Maybe it's just like impulse control might be something that you need to work on. And it, again, it's not necessarily to blame or shame yourself, but it's just like, does this line up with what I want for myself? And the thing I love about the Eight of Pentacles being in reverse with the Queen of Pentacles being upright is because that Queen of Pentacles is a cardinal earth energy. And so this is saying like we don't necessarily have to follow the plan that we were already sticking to with the Eight of Pentacles. It's not necessarily that. It's just finding out and getting real honest about what works for you and what doesn't work for you. Bringing some clarity into the situation that we can carry pre-coital so that, we're not left asking the same questions. And, anyway, it's your life. You can do it however you want to do it, in whatever order, fashion, or way, shape, form that you want to do it. That's a little bit about my tea. That's old tea. I tossed that mess out like before we came into 2020 because I'm like, yeah, that's no, no. And then I almost got involved in a whole nother situation like a few days ago. My justification was Mercury had literally just slid into its pre-retrograde shadow. I got Mars on my Venus right now. I had Venus trying in my Venus. I was like, it's too much fire on my little Venus. But, I was able to get some pre-coital clarity in that moment. Honestly, because of the situation that I had last year. I was like, I already know that for me, like, this isn't something that I really want to do. And just because it's available doesn't necessarily mean that I gotta do it. And like, usually I have a lot of inhibition. Usually, yeah, I have a lot of inhibitions when it comes to stuff like that. So I don't just do stuff. But all my inhibitions were gone. And I'm just like, why not? Especially like, it takes two to tango when we both showing up on the dance floor. So hey, let's get down. Why not? Right? But then I was like, you know what? We already had this conversation one time. We ain't got to go through this whole thing again. Plus, it wasn't necessarily something that I was going to stick around for, right? And I didn't want it to be one of those things where it became an expectation because I wasn't necessarily into that either. And I'm not trying to be out here, just like, I don't know. I knew that that wasn't like, it had no real grounding. So I was like, I'm just not going to do this again. So, anyway. Yeah, Mercury retrograde already done hit me. She already came for me, and she almost got me, but she didn't because Mars is like a full 9 degrees away from my Venus and Aries, but that Venus trine was real tight, so I was just like, yeah, nah. So pile two. It's just an opportunity to get clear on it. We ain't necessarily got to be harsh or judgmental towards anybody or ourselves, right? We just get clear on what it is that we want to do and what it is that we don't want to do. 3:10:57. It's officially been over 3 hours, and here we are. Pile 3, part 2. And then I got to get final messages for all of these. That's fine. So, let's just get right into this because y'all got a lot of energy oracle cards. Oh, snap. Oh, did I say pile 3? I meant pile 2. I choose pile 2. And that's not apparent. Well, we ain't looked at these yet, so I don't know. We'll see. Pile 2 is sitting at the 10 of Cups. This is very different from the other two. Well, let's just see what's blocking this. The Ace of Swords. Oh, this is interesting. This is real interesting. This is a really long sword, though, as well. This may be one of the longest swords. Also, it's worth noting that there is no crown on this Ace of Swords, but there is an owl with glasses. And an owl with glasses is just as good. Like, not like owls are already wisdom, but this owl has glasses. So, he like extra smart or something. Look at him. I don't know. But why is like part of that sword hidden by the grass? What's that about? Somebody needing to cut through the weeds using wisdom. This is a very third eye and throat chakra energy. The underbelly is a little lighter. It isn't necessarily super dark. But it's a realization of something, but it's still hidden. We're not necessarily communicating it. But we've come into a 10 of Cups situation. This is an all the way by. This is an all the way by. Get out of here. Get out of here. Just speak it. Use your words. Come on. I feel like this isn't coming in because there's a lack of communication, but we found something that's sort of worth going after. This is also interesting, though, sitting in between these, because over here was the Queen of Swords with the Queen of Cups, which was all about not necessarily going all the way at once. It's a slow burn, not a slow burn. It's about a slow administration. It's about things that take time. We don't want to necessarily rush it. And then over here, it's something that's like purely impulsive, more or less. But there is an opportunity to really come into some maturity fairly quickly. But the Ace of Swords here is in reverse. Right? And the Ace of Swords with the Moon was that post-coital clarity. Right? after you've gotten what it is that you wanted, then you can be like, did I really want that? Right? Like, I was in the store today. I was in Walmart, and there was a box of honey buns, and I was like, was my sugar week like yesterday, or was it last week? I go on and off of sugar, um, but I knew I was gonna get some frosted animal cookies from another store, so I was like, I'll pass on the honey buns this week. Honey buns have like honey buns were my comfort snack last year. A honey buns and a peace tea, usually the green tea. Like, I'd go through a whole box in one sitting. And I was talking to my ex roomie, and it kind of became a thing. And I was like, I got another box, and he was like, put the honey buns down, pat. Like, you ain't gotta do it. But I actually do that quite a bit. I don't know if this is relevant for this. I don't know if it's my Taurus moon in my first house, but I do get like, I don't think it's necessarily just a Taurus thing, because a lot of people have comfort food, right? But I'll get like a comfort snack, and like I will eat that just like it's like, and it's comfort. It's for comfort. Um, and things don't necessarily have to be super extreme, right? It's just I want it because it makes me feel, not feel good, but it's something that I can eat when I want to be in a certain energy or when I'm in a certain energy. And when I buy it with that intention in mind. So the intention is already there. And because that was my intention, it kind of sort of helps not reestablish or reinforce. It kind of sort of reinforces that moment, right? Also, it's interesting that both of these cards crossing are facing that way, but the Ace of Swords is facing this way. Anyway, and it also reminds me of this one time when I had a comfort snack, and I had someone who came to help me with some stuff, and they asked for they asked for some of my comfort snacks, and I said no, and that person got upset, and they were like, well, well, we came to help, and blah 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 blah, whatever. And I'm like, I like literally have other snacks that you can have, but you're not getting my comfort snack. And the thing with me, especially when I buy certain things, like if I buy something or if I show up to something with a very specific intention, I tend to stay fixed in that intention, right? And so it's not that I was necessarily stingy or selfish and that I didn't want to share, but like that was my comfort snack, and I was in a very, very, very stressful time. And like that comfort snack was one of the few things getting me through it, right? Um, and again, I don't necessarily know what all of that is going to have to do with this or why I'm going so deep into it, but it just feels like there's this energy, and maybe that's what the Ace of Swords is about, of making a certain intention or expectation known. And it also reminds me of like, if we set an intention to a certain area or a certain thing, then we already know what the intention is whenever we go to that space or whenever we engage with the thing. It's not something that we have to reestablish, it's pre established. Now, that's really interesting for this because that goes down a whole path. um, but it's like I was watching somebody and he was like, sometimes if I'm learning a new language or if I'm learning multiple languages, I'll designate this one area for learning that language, or I'll designate this block of time for watching TV in that language or something like that. And so it's these not preconceived notions, but pre set intentions. So again, we don't have to re-clarify the intention every single time we go into that space. But there is something here about needing to get really clear on something or needing to make something known in order to come into this Ten of Cups situation, because The Ten of Cups is a space of fulfillment, emotional fulfillment, things working out better. Like they got all these little baby jellyfish coming out of the cups. We could say we got, king and queen jellyfish here. Also reminds me of that episode of SpongeBob with Kevin, the sea cucumber. And they gave SpongeBob that whistle to get the queen jellyfish. I think it was the queen jellyfish, and they didn't even think that the queen jellyfish was real. And so SpongeBob was doing that loser, loser, loser call. And then when Kevin and the other anchovies started to tease SpongeBob, I think that's when the queen jellyfish popped up or something like that. Anyway, there's the king and the queen jellyfish and all the little baby jellyfish in the cups. But it's being blocked by this Ace of Swords. Something not being said. Something not spoken. Something left. It's intentions that aren't being spoken, honestly. And I forget that, the Ten of... Well, that wasn't there. The Magician in the Mirror and the World is at the bottom of the deck for all of these, right? The World is a card of completion. The Magician in the Mirror is a card of balance within oneself, but also projecting the experience that we wish to have out onto this silver mirror. And it's like ad libs or mad libs. It's like mad libs where we get to fill in the details of something that isn't necessarily pre-written, but there's a lot of blank spots that we get to fill in, right? And this is one of those things where it's like for every cup, there's something else that needs to be spoken. And if we don't say anything, we don't get any of these cups. Feels like there's a lot of water here, but no clarity, no communication. And again, it's partially hidden. And that's a really big sword. That's a lot of things that need to be spoken. That's a lot of truth. It feels like somebody... It does kind of sort of feel like this energy of someone who's about to burst, but also probably somebody who could talk for like literally days. And it's like, okay. Also, it feels like it may go into the energy of oversharing. Like, okay, I said I wanted some honesty, but I don't necessarily need to know, like, about your BMs and, like, everything else, your bowel movements and everything else. So, let's see what we start. Where we start? Where are we starting with this? I got 4 cards. Let's just go. Oh, so anxiety in reverse, number 18. Anxiety in reverse. I feel like with anxiety in reverse, we're coming out of the space of being anxious about this, out of the space of being overburdened by all of this. Because again, like when we don't speak it, but the feelings are still there, it complicates things. Also, it's like we can drop a lot of the anxiety and fear and worry once we speak. Now, I'm not necessarily someone who suffers from anxiety, but I do know that it's not necessarily that easy to just throw everything out there. But it's like one of the quickest, most surefire ways to get out of this energy is to face it. Next is the action card in reverse, which is 17. 18 in reverse, 17 in reverse, 47, 48. What's going on with the numbers today? Well, we're still not taking any action. Next card is second chakra, Archangel Ariel in reverse, number 36, which is a 9, a 369. And then last card is Storm Warning, which is the only card that was upright, and it's a 10. 9, 10. 17, 18, 9, 10. 17 is an 8, 18 is a 9. 8, 9, 9, 10. Okay. Like I said, this is a lot. It's a lot. Anxiety in reverse, action in reverse. Second chakra, Archangel Ariel in reverse with a storm warning. So it feels like there's a fear of intimacy here, or a fear of a repeat of the past. Anxiety could be an energy typically associated with, oh, how was it? The past. I think anxiety is associated with the past, while depression is associated with the future. Or you can honestly reverse those. But it's like with anxiety, sometimes we kind of sort of get wrapped up in things that have already happened, right? Or we think back on things and it's like, wow, I wonder if this person still thinks that. Or, like I said, I don't really suffer with it personally too much. But from what I do know, it's like we can get lost in these things that have already happened that kind of sort of just like resurface. And then when they resurface, like everything resurfaces. And with depression, it's almost this like hopelessness or a powerlessness for the future, and that things won't necessarily change. Right. I guess I'll read these. They're going to be a little bit shorter since they're in reverse. But my initial, I don't know why I want to say diagnosis, um, but my initial takeaway from this, I mean, I was talking about spaces that already have intention sort of associated with them, right? And so maybe this is um, associations that aren't necessarily positive. Maybe this is us projecting something in a certain space on this energy of the Ten of Cups because of whatever. Wait. Okay, yeah. So it's actually 9, 8, 9, 10, 18, 17, 36, 10. 9, 8, 9, 10. So there's a step back here in action, but then we come forward. Anyway, what was I saying? I need to not distract myself so much all the time. Yeah, so maybe we don't have, it's either like we don't really have a good role model or a good example for this energy, or we don't have it's like we have a lot of feelings in this space, but there's a lot of anxiety because of how it worked out in the past. And it feels like a space of like, it's better to not know. It's better to keep it bottled up, and it's better to be tormented by it, honestly, than it is to actually speak out on it, and than it is to like risk losing it. And I've been in a space like that for a very long time. Like that used to be my life with literally everything. If it like, I remember I was in a depression group. For I guess fuller clarity, I was diagnosed with major depressive disorder, and I didn't try. I actually got on medication. I did Wellbutrin. It was, oh, I forget what it is. I forgot, but it was Wellbutrin, and it worked a little different than other things. Um, and I was on it for a minute, and of course it was like amazing at the top, at the jump. I'm really bad with like keeping up with things, but I was actually really good with keeping up with that. But I missed like one day, and then it threw the entire schedule off, and I just stopped taking it because I missed one day. Um, and then I went to a depression group, and the following semester, and there were only 4 of us in there, and we were kind of sort of talking about our triggers in day one, right? And I was like going through my triggers, and then I was like, happiness is one of my triggers, and then like they were like, what, like happiness? And I was like, yeah, because for me, happiness was always something that wasn't sustainable, and I had really convinced myself that it was better to constantly be miserable than it is to, or than it would be to like experience happiness and joy and then lose it. Right? I was very much like, it's better to never know love than it is to love and lose. Like, I don't want to lose a love. I'd rather never know love in the first place. And so I actively sabotaged a lot of things that would have made me happy. And I actively went against things that made me happy. Because as soon as I got a little bit of happy, it was like, oh, this isn't going to last. I'm going to come down off of this. But there is almost like, I feel like it's something similar here. Of like not wanting to lose it, not wanting to mess it up, not being ready, not maybe feeling like you're not good enough. And so, like, even if the anxiety isn't necessarily there to say something, then it's like there's something else there that's keeping you from acting. It like, we have 3 cards here in reverse with 1 card upright. This is a multi-pronged problem. It's almost like there are several things that are keeping us from going into this 10 of cup space. And let's begin to read some of these, shall we? So, anxiety is worry or distress. In reverse, finally, relief. This nightmare of a card reversed can mean one of 2 things. Either a recent problem is on its way out, causing you to feel more relaxed, or you have mastered the old habit of worry and have freed yourself from the anxiety within. Either way, anxiety reversed is a good omen of more relaxed and peaceful times to come. Maintain a trusting attitude and let the difficulties and fear thoughts fade away into the distance. The affirmation here is, I let go of fear and worry. I assume the best and live in peace. All is well. Also, for me, like, I guess I should finish that story. For me personally, I was depressed. Like, I knew exactly why I was depressed. There were things that I was running away from that I never faced. And when I had my darkest night in October 2018, going into November, that was what I knew I had to face. So for me, and then like after I began facing the things, I don't have the same mental issues that I used to have. Um, but again, I knew what it was that I was running away from. I knew what it was that was causing like literally the upper majority of my depression. So once I faced it, it stopped being an issue for me. Um, Now every now and then it'll kind of sort of not come back, but also like I've gotten in a space of problem solving, and of like I face it now instead of like running from it. So also for me, like, that's what sort of helped me out, you know. So action in reverse. Action is energizing effort, willingness to work. One second. Excuse me. Action is the accelerant that ignites your desires. But when this card is reversed, you may find that something is missing in your determination or your follow through. Perhaps you've been engaging in more wishful thinking than in any consistent effort. Or perhaps you need to make some adjustments in what you're paying attention to. Create a structured plan, then make sure you take daily action. This will move you closer to your goals. Be flexible yet persistent and ever conscious of your ability to act on your own behalf. The affirmation here is, I am responsible for my own life. I take action toward my goals and my own happiness every day. And then we go all the way down to second chakra, Archangel Ariel, who was 36. I think I just passed 30. I did. This is intimacy and creativity. When this card is reversed, you may find that your creativity is being blocked. If this is the case, you might need to take more risks and open up to new and different ideas. Go inward to find the feelings that may be causing this blockage. Call upon Ariel to help you release old fears and self-limitations. Affirm that you are open to Spirit's love and creative inspiration. This card reversed can also signal problems with intimacy of all kinds, and issues of sexual intimacy in particular. Visualize Ariel spinning a beautiful light in your second chakra, calming and healing the energy there. Know that real closeness can be both safe and comfortable for you, and that you deserve a depth of sharing in your relationships. The affirmation here is, my second chakra is open to its perfect healthy state. I am creative and self-nurturing, more and more comfortable with the gentle waves of intimacy coming my way. Oof. So, with those three in reverse, like, it's so weird that like anxiety is in reverse, but action and Ariel are also in reverse. Like you would expect for anxiety to be up right here, not complaining at all, because like kicking anxiety is a good thing, right? Not being extremely anxious is not bad, so let's not question it too much. But we're still not taking action, and it may be a fear of that intimacy. If this is something that's brand new, it feels like there could be a few things that are brand new right here. One of the things being in a space like this. Also, if we're more generally coming more into ourselves, there may be this like slight hesitation of like, well, like if this didn't work out when I was acting, there's no way this is going to work out when I try to be myself. But I don't think that's necessarily the case. I honestly feel like with this storm warning, things have the potential to actually work out better than what you've expected, but that's not always a good thing. Sometimes it shocks the system and it causes us to sort of like negatively react to things going well. Let's read number 10, storm warning. Why not? Let's go. So we didn't get a 20 here, so I guess 20 isn't the number that popped into my head anyway. It was 12. Dvianatsits? No. Agenadzats. Yeah, Dvianatsits, because Dvatsits is 20. Dvianatsits? Agenadzits? 10. Why am I all the way on 13? Hello? So number 10. Storm warning is clouds on the horizon. This card indicates a potential difficulty, either in the external world or within yourself and your emotional life. The difficulty is coming closer, and you may have already heard rumblings of potential problems around you. The caution here is to be conscious yet not fearful. Consider what's going on and look at the situation with calm clarity. Investigate your options and honor yourself and your intentions. I love that. Self-honoring in your choices. The Angel of Balance is literally one of my favorite cards in this deck because it says, like, being self-honoring in your choices. Like, I was like, oh my gosh, that's revolutionary. Investigate your options and honor yourself and your intentions. Oh, I said the thing about preset intentions. There are intentions in this space already, so we don't. Maybe that's what we feel like we're not necessarily stacking up to, because there are so many expectations. It honestly feels more like expectations than intentions on this space, or maybe because the 10 of cups, it's something that involves somebody else. It's a 10. It's greater than 9. It's not all within our own power or ability. Ace of Swords could also be receiving clarity, right? Receiving from where? From who? From how? And so it could be this expectation of what intentions could be on the other side of this, and a fear of not living up to those expectations or intentions. Right? So these could be ones that we sort of set for ourselves in this space, also could be ones that we sort of project from another side into this space. Stand up for yourself and take action on your own behalf. Hold up. Consider what's going on and look at the situation with calm clarity. Investigate your options and honor yourself and your intentions. Stand up for yourself and take action on your own behalf. As with all difficulty, even the worst storm passes. Always remember you have the power and the wisdom to handle whatever may come your way. The affirmation here is, I have the power to overcome any obstacle. That's interesting. I have the power to overcome any obstacle. No matter what is going on, I can be strong, confident, and self directed. I love that it's self directed because it really is this emphasis on us making decisions for ourselves. And sometimes the decision that we make is the decision to be brave, and the decision to show up, and the decision to, stand our ground and not run away. That's that Six of Swords as the oncoming challenge. So, just a few cards to clarify this, please. Is that Justice? I love that. Justice is like there's nothing to be, like I don't want to say literally nothing to be afraid of, but there's nothing to be afraid of in this situation. Right? We have nothing to fear but fear itself and other things of that nature. Almost dropped that one out. Just making sure I don't have any other cards in reverse. Seems like we're gonna get as many of the Kawaii Tarot as we did the others. So I was really on here for like 4 hours talking to myself. I love it though. I remember one of my first live videos on this channel. This was, back in the days before I was comfortable engaging with people. I was like 5 minutes into it, and I was like, I wonder if I can go 20 minutes, like, without anybody. And then at like the 17th minute, somebody came in. I was like, oh, you ruined it. I had a little thing going on here. So Justice is the card that's coming out. Justice to me means that there's another 11. Justice to me means that we don't necessarily have to be worried or concerned or afraid of what's going to happen here. But justice to me also means that there is a little bit of a responsibility to show up fully present in the situation, to come fully prepared to negotiate, right? Because it's not necessarily a negotiation, but anytime we come to a situation, it should be mutually beneficial. And to just like, justice also involves a fair amount of honesty, right? Also, we have the Knight of Cups. So there's that action, but it's up right now. With the Tower. Justice and the Tower with the Knight of Cups in between. Okay. 2 majors, just like in the first pile. Justice, the Knight of Cups, and the Tower. Honestly, that it's an energy of things going out a little bit better than expected, but there is also, I feel like, this little bit of a pressure to be more or to do more than we think we're capable of in that situation. Now, there are 2 cards in here that are telling us to take action, but they're sort of flanked by like a fear of intimacy or maybe a fear of rejection, but anxiety in reverse. It honestly feels like we know that we're not going to be met with rejection in this space. So it's like we're not necessarily anxious about that. We're more anxious about what happens. Oh my gosh, I used to be like that. This is old me. This is old Patrick right here. This is all old Patrick, and then this is like, Patrick a little over a year ago, a little less than a year ago, or the space that Patrick was in a year ago, honestly. When I was like, why do I keep doing this? And this is the Patrick that I'm coming into. This is like past, deeper past, more recent past, present into future for me. Anyway, it ain't about me all the time. Even though this is my channel. It's not about me. But I used to have this fear of acceptance more than I had a fear of rejection. And I was like, if I get rejected, that's fine. Because, rejection is a part of life. But if I meet acceptance, then I actually have to do something in this space. And I'm just talking about my feelings to get rid of my feelings. I'm not talking about I'm not telling you that I like you for you to reciprocate those feelings. I'm telling you that I like you so that you can reject me and then I can get over these feelings and I can continue living my life unbothered. Literally, that was old Patrick. And I remember I was talking to one of my friends and I was like, okay, I'm going to go tell this dude that I like him because I'm tired of having these feelings. But like I'm afraid that he might like actually reciprocate those feelings. And I was like, if he says that he likes me too, I'm gonna say that I was kidding. Because I'm not actually ready to do anything with these feelings. But I don't want to feel them anymore either. It was complicated. Not necessarily that complicated. I made things complicated for myself. But excuse me, there almost is a feeling of that here. Anxiety in reverse with justice. Action in reverse with the Knight of Cups. And the Tower with Archangel Ariel in reverse. And there's almost this question of like, are you ready to put the past in the past? Are you ready for this brand new cycle? The Ten of Cups. And with the Ace of Swords, I feel like we know that it's possible to be reciprocated. Like, not only is this us needing to speak and us needing to bring clarity to a situation and making things clear and obvious and known, I feel like there is a little bit of a knowing that it is the beginning of a brand new cycle. I mean, the World card with the Magician in the mirror, with the one with the woman holding a heart. The woman holding a heart has been behind the Magician in the mirror this whole time. So somebody definitely been manifesting this. Maybe didn't think that it would shake us the way that it shook us. But there's like the hot hand, and then there's the cold hand. It's about bringing it into balance, and then the angel of balance is right here, and the thinking woman. And so it's like, again, it feels like a very good tower, but it's like, I don't know, like, are we ready to really enter a new chapter? Are we really ready to enter a new phase of life? Are we ready to be vulnerable? Are we ready to be open? Are we ready to be intimate and like truly intimate and to be known? Maybe there are some things in the self that we still, it's like we're learning self-love, but it's like just because I love this about me, or just because I'm learning to love this about me, doesn't necessarily mean that somebody else will. And it's almost like a rejection that we don't want to have. Like, being rejected by anything else or anyone else would be fine compared to being rejected by this. Like worst case scenario. And then like, I don't want to look stupid. Like, I don't want to put everything on the line and then like, I don't know. But anxiety was in reverse. So get over it. Take the action. Make that leap of faith. You'll probably be fine. And if not, then hey, you can move on to another situation that is going to give you the Ten of Cups, right? Then you ain't got to waste time putting hope into a space that's hopeless. Or not hopeless, but you get to move on to something that's actually for you. At least that's how I view it, right? If I can save time, then hey, like, let me move on to the next thing, because I ain't necessarily trying to be on the first thing hopping or the first thing smoking. But I'm not necessarily trying to, not make any progress or movement either. So let's get the final messages. Let's wrap these up. That was interesting. I spent way longer on those than I thought I would, but that's fine. Hey, oh snap. My boy. And I'm going to timestamp this too. I'm just going to go final messages. 3:48:04. Almost 4 hours. Not what I planned, but I did say I wanted to keep going. So here we are. Let me stop. So, lots of stuff going on. I feel like ultimately it's just a time to really practice the discernment. Is this the devil? Oh, I'm so over this energy. The devil was sitting at the top of the deck. There's a little moon here and a little star here. But he's not holding the lovers. He's just looking like a grumpy Capricorn. Holding a lightning bolt? Oh, snap. He's holding a lightning bolt. That's interesting. with the devil holding the lightning bolt here, it's almost this energy of like a tower that's not happening, because if the tower happened, we'd be free. It's like, and it comes before the tower, right? 15 comes before 16. But it's like if the devil never throws that lightning bolt, then there's never anything to cause the situation to crumble for us to free ourselves. It's almost like, and that's kind of sort of like the pile 2 energy of like waiting for it to fall apart, waiting for something to happen, waiting for something to change. And it never does, because it's like devil energy realizes that it can keep you stuck in this situation a lot longer if you never reach your breaking point. It's like the 11th wand would be the straw that breaks the camel's back, but that 11th wand never happens, and so you just like 10 of wands your whole life. That's interesting. Well, now the strength card is there. Yeah, I don't know. Ooh, I'm like, whoa. But then that's a tower moment that we kind of sort of got to choose for ourselves. We got to decide to free ourselves. 3 of Swords with the Sun. So let's get a final message from the Affirmators Tarot. I don't even remember the full name. Oh, there's the 10 of Cups at the cut again with the Sun. I like that energy. Huge fan of that. So, final message, please, from the Affirmators. I really like shuffling these cards. They just feel so good. Also, it's like September 30th now. So, last day of September. So we go into October. This year has like flown by for me. And it's fine, but I do have a lot of stuff I need to be doing. Things are about to like take off. So my intention is to be on the channel a lot less, because there's a lot of stuff that I need to do, like I've said, and I can't do that when I'm not doing that. Bottom of the deck is the Magician, which is the title card or the box art for this deck. Le Magicien. La Majus. And it looks like we got the King of Wands and the 7 of Wands. 7 of Wands is looking like some dinosaur, Godzilla, alligator, crocodile type of monster. The nose is rounded, so I think that's an alligator. I think crocodiles have the longer ones, and alligators are shorter and more rounded. Also, there's a walrus that is the King of Wands. I don't know. I mean, again, like with the King of Wands and the 7 of Wands, it's like kind of sort of not being above the conflict, but I feel like this is using our energy wisely. And if something doesn't necessarily require our attention, then maybe that's some energy that we can put towards manifesting things that we actually want with the Magician down here, and not buying into the distractions necessarily so much. Maybe, potentially. I don't know. Take it as it resonates. You know? Take it as it resonates. I kind of sort of like the second round of cards a lot better than the first round of cards, but also we are in a time of action, so I'm not surprised that a lot of the first round was a call to action, and it's all probably growth based. So there's that envy card at the cut. Well, there's the Dvatsits. Number 20, envy. Yep, that is 20. Oh, and the Temple Path, though, number 12. 2012. Envy and the Temple Path. Who is that? Who is this? Uriel, 7th chakra. So, final card from the Energy Oracle cards. Let's see. Yeah, whatever space we've been growing in, that's probably where we need to take the action here. Is this the door to romance? Girl, I'm so over this. 33 and 26. The Door to Romance came out, but Hostilities is like literally right behind it. I've never noticed this keyhole on the cage. I've never really looked at this card. I always go, Door to Romance, oh my gosh. And it looks like we might have some red leaves here. They could just be some paper hearts or whatever. But it is looking a little odd to me. To me. It could just be some flying hearts, but Hostilities is like literally right behind it. So there's a lock on his bicep? There's a lock on his bicep. And then there's a lock on the heart. Bottom of the deck is Archangel Uriel, 7th chakra, which is the crown. 41. Oh, come now. Oh, come now. Come now. The ego is going to get in the way of romance if we allow it to. And Uriel is like, really? Like, are we still playing these ego games? It's like, just soften up already. Just give in. There's a lock on his bicep, and then there's a lock on the heart. I've never noticed that lock on the heart all the way back there. On a bird cage, right? But it's like, we really got to let go of the ego if we want to claim this romance. They're both locked. Yeah, that's definitely Ariel in reverse. Hostilities because of the Door to Romance, which is fine. You know, you ain't got to do anything you don't want to do. You ain't got to be open to anything you don't want to be open to. And it's very much like, I don't know. I do know. It ain't my business, though. So, I mean, if it's you, it's you. But it's like, asking for things that we're not even fully ready to accept. Again, it's almost a feeling of like carrying baggage from previous situations or like anxieties or whatever. Thinking that things are going to be easier somewhere else because we don't have it within us to kind of sort of put our ego down and to really be vulnerable in that space because of whatever happened in the past or whatever reason. And so we seek other things that are even more empty, and then we're like surprised when it doesn't work out or when it doesn't feel great. And it's like, who's actually surprised? Like, nobody. Right? Because if you did think it would work out, you probably wouldn't be going towards it if you're running from something else. Like, if you're running from a Ten of Cups and you're accepting something else, like, I wouldn't necessarily expect the Ten of Cups because you're manifesting a distraction. And maybe that's what the devil holding that like lightning bolt is. Like, that's the space of like, I ain't even necessarily got to do anything because like you're kind of sort of doing all of my work for me. And it's like, man, y'all ain't even making him work for it. Y'all just taking yourselves out. I'm sorry, that's not necessary. So we have the 10 of Swords with a broken heart in the middle, 5 of Swords at the bottom of this little stack with the 10 of Swords there. That's that all my life I had to fight type of energy. And it's like, when you don't know any different, how can you expect any better? Sometimes you just gotta believe and go after it, right? Where you end your story is not where you start. Where you end your story doesn't have to be where you start. I'll say that. Some people kind of sort of do start and end in the same space, and that's fine. Ooh, oh snap! Well, on this side we got the 2 of Cups and the 6 of Wands, and the 6 of Wands are all suckers, but still, with the 2 of Cups though, like Sucker in love. That's somebody who's like really sweet. Like just give into the sweetness. Give into the sweetness of love. Be on cloud 9 or 10 or 11 or 20. Just above it. Alright, so that's what I got. I know it was a really long one this time. I am going to put the timestamps in the description box if y'all want to visit this later. Saturn is going direct. Saturn being direct, though, I feel like personally, especially with Mercury still being retrograde, it's almost like, so Mercury was squaring Saturn when it went retrograde. So it's almost like all of this retrograde energy, even though the big planets are going direct, the burden of it is falling all on Mars, because Mars squared all of them in its pre-shadow, or leading up to the retrograde at least. I think it was in the pre-shadow. In its pre-shadow, Mars squared all of them. Mars is going to square all of them again. And like I said, it was like, maybe that was on the other channel, I don't remember. But it was like Saturn was telling Mars, like, "Hey Mars, like, you know, we're all about to go direct." Pluto was going to be the only one left in Capricorn. Like Libra, like the sun is going to be there for a minute. The moon will come into Libra every now and then. You might get like a Venus when Venus is in Libra. But like Mars and Aries is kind of sort of holding on, or is responsible for really driving the chariot that is symbolic and representative, or which is represented by all of the cardinal energies. And Mars is driving it, and Mars is retrograde right now. And like Saturn is the only planet that Mars listens to. Right? That's why Mars is exalted in Capricorn, I think it is. When I looked at it, I think it was like Mars was exalted in Capricorn. So like a Mars-Saturn interaction is actually, at least in my opinion, in my world, it's a good one. But it's not a good one for nonsense. Like if you're gonna be on nonsense, then yeah, like a Mars-Saturn square is gonna be terrible, and it's gonna be the worst because you can't do all of the, clownery and buffoonery that you want to do. But for actual progress and actual movement, I feel like Mars square Saturn was really good, because again, like Saturn is the only energy that Mars listens to. It's granddaddy Saturn. And unlike Jupiter, Mars didn't try to overthrow Saturn. So yeah, but everything else is going direct. I just brought up the Mars retrograde part, or Mars and Aries part, because I do still feel like, North Node and Gemini being the lovers, Gemini being backed by Mercury, which is the magician, like a lot of the things that we're manifesting in our lives, we're going to have to decide to do that, and we're going to have to put in the action to see it come into being. For me personally, I'm like South Node Sagittarius ruled by Jupiter. That's South Node and Temperance and the Wheel of Fortune. So waiting for things to just happen, astrologically, kind of sort of isn't it right now. Waiting for everything to be resolved, waiting for everything to go back to normal. And maybe it isn't for you, but for those who would like prefer to be a trailblazer, or for those who would come into like their authenticity, and for those who would kind of sort of establish themselves, there are going to be a lot of new concerns that need to be addressed. There are going to be a lot of new needs out there, and it's actually going to also serve us to really step up in these times and to do the things that we've been put in position to do, right? More or less, or we probably got to put ourselves in the position to do it. But full moon in Aries is tomorrow, so like if that's not go time, I don't know what is. Or at least that's how it's coming to me. But maybe that's because I know it's go time in my world, and we're about to put this magician energy to good use, and things are about to take off. Like actually use this magician energy to make some stuff happen, to make dreams come true, and to make life happen. And it's all going to be in alignment with who I am and what I'm doing, because Like, that's the energy that's supported right now, and it's kind of sort of what I want to be doing anyway. I don't know. Anyway, I'll catch y'all later. I hope you have a good whatever whenever y'all see this. And I hope you are acting in alignment to make the good better, the better, great, the great, wonderful, the wonderful, fantastic, and the fantastic, miraculous. And it all kind of sort of starts with us right now. The choices and the decisions that we make, and then the actions that we subsequently take. So, I mean, it really does feel like new beginnings start here and now. So, choose your destiny, choose your highest good, choose the timeline that you want to live in, I guess. Or not. It's your life, it's your journey, it's your path. Do whatever you want. You don't got to do anything that you don't want to do, and a lot of people don't. So, excuse me.